but not for that much longer. I mean,
Depending on who you ask.
It's hard to survive with the library burning down around you.
Hard to survive in Velaki, period.
Velaki's been fine.
It's hard for a player.
Velaki's been a safe zone. It may not be when you get back, and Arena's still been waiting for you. Oh wait, no, actually, she's with
Yeah,
Benedict.
we
She's
gave her
training
to-
and something. And...
We gave her a distraction.
Seriously, if you guys end up wiping, you guys are playing Kilt, Rictavio, Arena, and I don't know who else yet.
the donkey.
Actually,
The
I do know who else, but you guys
Oh.
don't.
Oh.
Okay, fine. We can awaken the donkey.
Was it a donkey or a mule? I don't remember.
Donkey!
Oh,
Donkey!
okay.
It was a donkey!
If it wasn't, it is now.
Okay. We are
Looking at my
live.
notes, and I don't know what any of these words mean.
Well,
Thank
speak
you
to me
for
of your notes,
supporting
and I
the
will tell you
dream.
what they mean.
I wrote down villainous with nothing else next to it.
Ah,
Villainous was the name of the guy that I would need to give a necklace.
That did
No,
the thing?
He had a necklace I wanted
The
because it was
plates?
worth money,
Okay.
and he asked for the spell book of his master. Was that it?
Oh,
correct.
he's the guy we met here. Oh, yeah, okay.
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
He wanted
yeah.
he wanted the spellbook and the staff, actually.
So
Um,
we're gonna have to kill him for that necklace on the way out.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt any sort of
No.
recap or
That's
anything like
these
that.
are recappy questions, so that's important things to
Recapping
ask.
questions.
I remember because we were trusting a guy named Villainous not to lie to us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no.
that's fine. That's gonna work out great. Probably has our best interest at heart.
Yeah.
So you guys are still in the Amber Temple, and the last session, when you guys were here, you fought a number of flame skulls, and during this flame skull fight, Floki just saw the staff laying on the floor, and assuming it was the staff in question, he reached down, picked it up, and suddenly decided that he really liked power a lot. A lot.
No one man
Oh,
power.
To which point he decided he was going to continue taking the gifts of the various amber sarcophagi that are so far located around the temple that you guys have been finding. After resting in a room that was formerly inhabited by barbarians and dealing with another flame
Thank
skull
you for
harassing you guys rather
supporting the
hilariously,
dream.
you moved through the western side of the map and found a weird abandoned banquet room that you thought, like, no, we're just not going to touch that stuff. We're going to move on with our lives. You also found a scale model of Castle Ravenloft. Exterior, that is. When you looked inside to be like, oh, do we actually have like a map of the castle? It was just kind of like a hollow space. Looked like it was maybe used for designing the exterior of the castle. A book was found in a treasure chest, but the party has yet to examine it to determine exactly what it is. And moving on, we found a chest stuck to a ceiling upside down. And upon the party like examining it, namely Floki being upside down with one of his more grosser powers of crawl speed, and the party looking up at him from the floor, he attempted to open it, which proceeded to drop Tally to the floor beneath, where she got to play with a bunch of the denizens of that room. But it was fine because being the nuclear cleric that she is, she blew them all the hell up and got out of there. After that point, Skirp he dropped down. You guys were exploring the walls along there and behind the giant statue and kind of the big grand hall area of the Amber Temple, looking for things that are in there. And Skirt managed to use his kind of like weird goblin paladin radar thing that he picked up to find a secret wall. And this wall led to a staircase that ascended quite a way. And as we ended the last session, was with effectively Skirp's jaw on the floor as the secret the other secret wall opened up to reveal a massive, massive library.
I don't think we opened the door first to script to see the library.
I
did.
remember thinking, "Oh God, that's a library."
Yeah.
Landing.
Okay.
So I've been
Jesus.
champing at the bit for 2 months to get at this library.
It's a very important cliffhanger. I know we did it.
Fair enough.
What is a library?
Right?
What is a
That-
library really?
You're not wrong, because the whole idea here is that he's definitely never seen a library before. Like,
Has he heard of a library?
I think,
Like
Probably
horror
not.
stories?
probably not. Like, again, because other people don't find them horrific, and so and you don't really talk about libraries that often.
Ah, these
He wouldn't
days.
go- yeah. Well, I mean, he wouldn't go out of his way to kind of. But it feels like I'm trying to get in this headspace where he basically just opened the door and it was the most grotesque, like necromancer's quarters with just horrible abominations of undead clinging to the walls. Like it's about where I'm at here.
On a slight sidebar note, I just randomly opened up the Curse of Strahd book. It opened perfectly to the coffin maker for some reason. That's weird. I'm sure that's not
Oh.
foreboding for any reason.
Jeez, yeah. That's something.
So yeah, that is where we left it. The party just behind Skirp and him standing there kind of in equal parts of horror and amazement.
All right, I'm gonna step in slowly.
Okay. Oh, so slowly. So this room is actually fairly well lit. Whoop. For some, oh, it's Control L, isn't it? Yeah, okay. For lighting mode, see what you guys can see. It is lit by a number of lanterns that appear to be free floating on their own, and they just kind of gently bob in the room. No chains or anything, mainly because it seems like there's perhaps not a ceiling for chains to hang from. As you look in and around this library and you see these 6 massive bookshelves, the bookshelves themselves just go up an impossible distance and disappear into the darkness. And if there's a ceiling in that darkness, you can't tell. It seems to go forever. Scattered about are also well kept looking like leather recliners and chairs. They look very comfortable, in fact. There's also a spiral staircase in the back of the room. The massive bookcases, of which I've said there are 6, have ladders attached to them. The ladders don't quite appear to reach the top, which is to say, they are clearly not tall enough to reach the top. They're still well within sight line where you see the top of the ladder. So it's not really something there that makes a lot of sense. It's like, okay, well, I can get to that shelf, but what about, the remaining 3 miles of bookshelf above that? The shelves themselves are packed with books, scrolls, large bindings of paper with look like maybe they're the starts of books but just held together with leather straps, and all shapes, all sizes, all color spines. The interesting point is that a lot of the spines appear to be blank, where some have titles. At least an equal number, if not more, don't have anything on the spines.
Is there any sort of designation, or does it seem like they're organized in any sort of particular way, or is it just like Legion books random?
Yeah, pretty much the latter. It doesn't look like there's a Dewey Decimal System in place or anything like that. There's no placards. There's no by size or color or if you cracked open a few and tried to find a subject, even then they wouldn't be organized by that manner.
Was this the great evil you were drawn to, Skirp, to smite?
I'm going to hang on. We're getting settled here. It's been a couple months. Where is literally anything that I'm trying to use? Good question. This goes here, and this goes there, and this goes here, and 3, 2, 1.
There is something pulling your attention, and it is behind you. If you're facing the bookshelf that your token is most nearest, it is the bookshelf opposite you.
Oh.
And it's very clearly like right there. Like you get like you can hear your blood pressure in your ears like pick up as you get closer and closer to it, and eventually like it becomes a heartbeat, and to your sight you see the spine of this black and red book also like pulsing in time with it.
I'm going to slowly and cautiously approach the shelf. Dawn sword drawn. Fully unfurled. And if nobody else has anything to say, I'm going to grip the book carefully, like with my at the top corner of the spine with 2 fingers, and just hurl it backwards out into the middle of the room, like deliberately bottom, down and to the right, like towards the chairs and rugs and stuff.
Yeah, kind of grabbing it like it's on fire or really disgusting or something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, this book comes whipping across the room and kind of almost supernaturally appears to just flip itself over and then land gently cover up.
What?
Are there any pictures on the book?
Yes, the front cover is a perfect representation of your holy symbol.
You're kidding. A perfect representation of my shittily graffitied holy symbol?
Yes.
Does that look like a book with crayon on it to anyone? Is that a burning book? Is that, and I like hold my shield up and I like
take a look at it.
Compare the two. Kind of hold it out in front of me, like looking at the shield, then looking at the book, and then like showing the shield to other people.
Yeah, they're the same symbol.
Yep.
What have you done?
Those seem.
Are there any words on the cover?
There are not.
Okay. I really feel like I should have taken augury as my actual 5th level spell.
While they mess around with the book,
Damn.
I have a question.
Yeah.
The lamps, do they
Yes.
appear to have oil, or are they just glowing? What's up with them?
It looks like they have a flame inside, but you don't see oil.
Okay, that instantly makes me suspicious. If I like poke it, does it move at all?
It does. It actually starts just gliding very slowly in the opposite direction that you pushed it, or the opposite direction of you.
I'll try to stop it before it gets very far away.
Okay. Yeah, and it's really like it's basically weightless. Like you just grab it and it instantly stops moving.
All right.
Okay.
You gonna open it?
I don't know. It's
I mean, you saw it do the flip thing, right? And just kind of.
Yeah. Well, here, nobody look at this. Like, it should be safe for me. because I can't read anyway. But all right. I'm gonna take the book. I'm gonna kind of push it with my foot over here to this area, kind of over here.
Okay. Right there, like that's there's one of the floating lanterns sitting right there.
Okay. I'll kind of bring it down. Is the flame hot?
No, it's not.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of bring it down, float it like real close to the book, and using my foot kind of like flip open the cover, and maybe
All
like
right.
if I don't see anything, then like kick sort of a chunk of pages over.
All right. The first couple pages are actually blank. But as you kick over a couple more, it almost ends up making like a flipbook effect, as you see a also like kind of cartoony, crayon-drawn representation of this green figure in gray armor, and the first page you make it to that has this representation is one standing in the middle of like really like stick figure drawn-esque trees with evil eyes kind of floating in the background, like evil like red like diagonal slants that appear to be eyes in the
Once I saw the
background.
picture, I just picked the book up and
Okay.
I start examining it more closely.
All right. The book itself is pretty big and extremely dense, so it's quite a heavy tome. Despite the fact that you could easily open it, it has this kind of like latch, like leather strap that you could securely like close it if you wanted to. It looks like most of the pages after the initial ones you've looked at have stuff written on them. Not actual writing, but drawings rather.
Okay. Okay, great. Cool.
Sorry, those are very different things in this regard.
It's all good. I am 100% into whatever's happening here. It's because it's not books, paper, leather that's inherently evil, right? It's if there was a book with no writing in it, that would be fine.
So picture
It'd be like an unanimated skeleton. Like it'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Doesn't bother me. But yeah, I'm into pictures. That's okay. I will take the book and I'm gonna go and plop down in one of these chairs over here and grab the lantern, bring it with me, and I'm gonna try and flip through the whole book.
Okay. It is a representation. It is the story of being like kind of coming to in the woods, surrounded by these eyes, and the images flip and draw you towards wolves coming after you, chasing you into the mists, meeting the rest of the party, who are all crudely drawn as kind of like stick figures with very specific pieces that kind of make them stand out as them. Gideon's character has a bow. Tally's character clearly has her holy symbol. Squirrel is still there, which is drawn as kind of like this stick figure, but with like a cloak on. And it depicts your guys' journey through Barovia, everything up to this point. And the last page stops with the stick figure representation of Skirp standing in front of a bookcase and with like an arm outstretched to it.
That's the last picture?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
Everybody else. Not only do I need to know what you're doing, but as Skirp is, he's reading this, so he clearly has his face visor
Hey.
up. Yes.
Reading's a strong word.
Okay, as he's absorbing the images in this collection of images, the grayness that he's had since the death house fades slightly, and some of the green pigment comes back to his skin. Not all of it. He's still a very sickly looking like greenish color, but he's no
Somehow
longer
even more sickly
gray.
looking. And okay,
This book is turning him green. Huh?
I'm going to approach Tally.
Okay.
Tally, we haven't had very good luck here with floating flames. Is there any way you could tell if these things were
I get it.
more of those skulls in disguise? Pointing at the lanterns.
Can I do some sort of let's see? I'm trying to think what the equivalent of spellcraft is. Arcana check or
Arcana would work
or
would work
Ooh.
unless you're gonna do something, you know, like detect magic or something more probing than that.
or like or perception. Could I use a perception?
You could use perception. You probably won't glean as much as like an Arcana check, but you
Okay,
get some info.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself and do Arcana. So let's try this, and we're gonna add a D4,
Ho!
or you know,
You can just do that.
that's also an
Boom.
option, right? So
Those
oh,
were
geez,
solid rolls.
Using it all up right now.
Yep.
Well,
Get out early.
It doesn't appear like there's anything like weird, like undead going on here, which I think is what the kind of like the spirit of Gideon's question was. They're definitely magical, but it doesn't appear to be any kind of evil magic, as far as you can tell.
okay. No, they're definitely magical, but I think they're just lights. Maybe some sort of light spell or something like that. But
I have like
I will
an extra
say that
Oh.
you're a fire cleric, and you would definitely know that's a continual flame spell.
continual flame. Okay.
Yeah, with your roll, that's more than fair.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have like an extra shirt in my bag, right? Can I
shirt?
toss one over one of the lantern lamps
my
and
God.
see if it like starts sinking towards the ground?
Sure.
Oh boy.
Just curious. This might make a good hooded lantern.
It dips a little, but it looks like the buoyancy, we'll call it, of it is slightly stronger than the weight of the shirt, but it does dip ever so slightly.
Okay. That's all. That's all I care about. Might make a good hooded
Alright.
lantern.
Floki, what's going on, buddy?
Wandering around looking for the secrets of this room via the bookshelf, so that there's a secret door or whatnot.
That sounds like an investigation check. Call it 1 for the whole room. That's all you got, huh?
Apparently, you know.
You find a myriad of bookshelves, but otherwise, nothing secret per se. Yeah.
A room this big and this many books, I figure that takes a bit.
It does. It will indeed.
I would like to peruse the bookshelves, just kind of glancing at names of books, and two things I'm looking about: either something that sounds like something of religious importance, or something related to lycanthropy.
Okay, let's call it an investigation check, and 1 per bookshelf will cover the width of it, and we'll say 7 feet up.
Okay. Investigation is there. Aha. Don't see one there.
Nothing. No books of that topic appear to be here. You
Mhm.
did, however, find 3 scrolls of false life sitting on this shelf.
Oh. What does that do? Is that just a standard spell?
It is just a standard spell.
Oh, okay.
It's Tempe's.
Oh. That's cute.
Make an Arcana check.
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All these int rolls, man.
Yep, it's killing you. You're like, I kind of know this spell. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
You're not entirely sure if it's something you'll be able to actually utilize.
Yeah. I'm not super interested. Just based. I don't know if these scrolls have like the title of the spell on them, but if they did, I'd be like, I don't know. No, keep
Fair
looking.
enough. Okay. Yeah, you can do one investigation check per
Yeah.
thing. And if you want to get up higher on a bookshelf, you're gonna have to figure out a way to do that.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Where did the thing go? Let's see. 9.
9.
Or maybe I mean, I've been debating whether I'm going to cast guidance on myself each time I do each of these, but
Fair enough. It's a cantrip, so I mean.
yeah, so I don't know if
Yeah,
you
just
want to just throw
assume.
that on there.
Yeah, that's fine. You can roll a d4. I don't have a problem with that. You're not in combat right now, so there's
Yeah.
no real reason not to.
13.
Here you do not find anything specific to religion again, but you find what looks to be maybe a wizard spellbook.
I'll pick that up and take a look at it real quick.
Okay. The spine of it is called the Incantations of H.
Of age?
H, like the letter H.
Oh, okay.
As in H for Hodocious.
I don't know. It's just an H. It's weird.
I'll flip it open and see what the title page has on it.
It looks like it's in a language that you don't know. It's there's text there and words, but it doesn't make any kind of sense.
Does it look like any languages that I would recognize? I just don't know how to.
Yeah,
read
it's written in the letters are common, but the words or what appear to be the words that are in it are just someone rolled their face across the keyboard.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So Skirp, how you doing?
Doing good. I want to know what's on the penultimate page, right before the picture of the goblin reaching for the book.
It is the picture of you standing at the opposite bookshelf.
Okay, great. In that case, I'm gonna set this book down. Are there any pages after that page?
A lot.
Okay. I'm gonna flip to the next blank page.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go to the shelf. I'm gonna find the fattest book I can on any of the shelves.
All right. We will call that the shelf that is just south of you, and there
Okay.
is a tome that's close to your size on one of the lower
Titled
shelves.
The Complete History of Complete Histories.
Close to my size?
Yes,
Oh boy.
it is a massive tome.
Like as in it looks like a stack of Pathfinder books. In that it's about a foot tall, but 8 feet long or something like that.
It's
What are the
Goblin.
approximate dimensions of this book?
It is goblin height. If you're looking at it, it's straight on the spine. From bottom of the shelf to top of the spine comes up to your nose.
Sorry, the length of the spine is 4 feet or 3 feet.
Yeah.
And there's a ridiculously proportioned book. How thick is it? How many pages?
Pretty chunky. It's probably about a foot. in
But the
depth.
pages are 3 feet tall each. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pull that thing off the shelf.
Okay.
drag it out kind of a little bit away from the shelf, stand it upright, and then slice it in half with my sword.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, you do that. And you, especially with your first attack, you just go through it and you cut it just diagonally down, and it just kind of slightly like shifts and then falls apart.
Okay. Stand, like take a deep breath, put the sun sword away, and then walk back over to the book and examine it again.
All right. A few more pages have filled in, and it is your journey of finding a massive book upon a shelf, pulling it from said shelf, and defeating it in single combat.
Being really confused about its dimensions.
And there's a lot of like kind of like the classic like little like anime style like emotion things, like showing you struggling pulling this thing off the shelf and slicing through it, and there's like little like sound effect like dashes around it.
Interesting.
The last page being you coming back and standing over your book, assuming that you had left it on the seat you were sitting on previously, and like staring back down at it again.
Okay, this is pretty cool. Are you guys seeing this? Like that? I'll pick up the book and I'll like flip to the best picture of me cutting the book in half, and I'm gonna show it around.
The rest of you, this looks like the most gruesome, horrifying, like depictions of like people being hung, drawn and quartered, executed, like just horrific images. And Skirp appears to be just utterly taken with them. And he's just like flipping through, like showing you guys.
This thing is a better bard than what's his name? I can't remember what his name was. Bucket or something like that.
Kilt.
Kilt. That's what it was. It was a noun of some sort with a K.
Except you just said. Never mind. You know what? Never mind.
It's got a K. Not wrong. Aside from the part where I was wrong, but yeah.
Didn't know you were into death there, Skirp.
Hey.
Thank you for that, Zach.
If
that's kind of
if
gross.
it deserves it, then
Even for me, that's kind of gross.
I wouldn't call this like death.
What? Why?
like-
why
it's
is
like
that happening to those
justice.
people?
That
man is
gonna-
sawn
Murdering
in
and
half.
executing people is justice for what?
I'm gonna look back at the book. Am I still on the slicing the book in half page?
Yep, you are.
You guys, it's you might not get this because like it's like pictures, but that's just me. Probably me. It's a goblin. I'm pretty sure it's me cutting a big book in half. Pretty sure it's a book. I think it's a book. I've seen pictures of books before.
Is like a very elaborate, it's almost like oil paint quality image of this rather like studious looking person, like bifocals, like surrounded with like scrolls and stuff in the background, and then this evil looking goblin with massive fangs and red eyes like slicing them in half with a massive sword.
I'm gonna flip back through it. And as I flip through, I'm gonna try and narrate the story as much as I can.
Oh God.
And remember this is when we fought that goat, and this is when you got a lightning spear or something, and this is when this is the part where I pined about a mountain, and this is the part where I pined about a mountain, and this is the part where I pined over a mountain.
The portions of him pining over mountains appear to depict some sort of weird, like hunched over goblin-y creature, like worshipping at a rather disturbing looking altar.
I've never seen
At least
that
to the
altar
rest of the party.
before. When do you pine? I air quote.
Well, like you guys were in the. I've tried to flip back to the part where they were in that monastery or whatever it was, and I hung out with the gate guards. And
It shows a picture of a goblin like sitting on top of like two humanoids, just like drinking and chewing on what appear to be like maybe part of an arm.
yeah, I mean, you guys weren't here for this, but
You ate his arm?
I ate like who, the chicken?
No.
Because I ate his arm.
The person in this picture.
There are only like two people in that picture, and they're both alive. Three people maybe, but
do they look alive to us?
No. It like they're like laying at weird angles, like an arm bent around, and it's almost like the goblin is using them from some sort of like recliner.
Skirt, why don't you act out what you're seeing on the page for us?
I don't know if I want him to do that.
I don't want to be in the room
Mime it
or
in the air while staying on that side of the room, please.
I am not volunteering to be executed.
yeah, I will. I'll sort of like act it out as best I can and explain it kind of at the same time. Like I'm sitting here, and I'm looking over there. You see that thing where it's like a slanty line and then another slanty line coming back down. Like the first one goes up, and it's a mountain. That's like the picture we use for mountains. And then I think I'm looking at it. And then the two like guys next to me are the guards, and they're sitting there and they're looking at me, because that's mostly what they did.
Half.
And like
Since I have forgery kit and the skill to use it, can I opt to draw a very rude copy of it, of what we see, on a different
Yeah, you can do that.
piece of paper?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna do that.
does he
Yeah.
need a piece of paper?
Just like chalk.
There's-
Now I'm not
there's
using his
Plenty
book.
around us.
I get it. Yeah, I just grab some chalk out of my bag in a rough paper, and I draw just like a rough sketch of what I'm seeing, because it has nothing to do with what he's seeing, and this is what I see.
For kind of
Okay.
like context, like the style, have you guys ever seen like that old painting of like Vlad Tepes, Dracula, like the depiction of what he looked like in life? It was kind of like this oil painting, like very stylized, like Eastern European looking. That's how all of these look to you guys.
Lad Tepes.
It'll,
Oh,
it'll probably be like the first result for it.
super Russian looking, the big
Yeah.
ass mustache.
Like
Like
this?
Yep. Exactly. Yep, that. They're all in that style, like very like medieval kind of gothic looking, and it's exceedingly violent.
okay. Like this is. Hang on.
Like that, chat.
Yes, like that.
This is what I've been envisioning.
That's not far off either.
So, I look at the sketch that he's done. Like, is that what I see?
You see exactly what he just drew, which is this horrific image that is not what you described.
No. No.
I show my drawing to Talia. Talia, is this what you're seeing?
Yep. Pretty much.
Gideon, is this what you see?
Same here, yeah. Right?
All right. All right.
Well,
All right. I'm gonna
Yep, you're being bamboozled.
I'm gonna sort of shake my head and let me see it. Give me the drawing.
I give him the drawing.
Okay. All right. As soon as I have it, I'm going to throw it and the book to the ground.
Okay.
Light the sun sword and attack both of them.
Both your book and the page.
Exactly that. Smiting as well.
All right.
Nope.
You skewer the single page easily, and it as you like contact with it, it kind of ignites with like this purple black flame
wait, the one that
that Zeb just drew.
really.
That Loki just drew. Yeah. Your sword didn't appear to actually do anything to your book, though.
Like, did it bounce off or kind of go through, or
It just like it
like
hit
spraying
it.
a hose on a sidewalk or something like that?
Like you
which sort of
came
like,
down on it, and it was a solid. Like you came down on it solidly, but it, like to anybody else watching, it looks like you like swung with all your might and then stopped the last possible second, just went like tink, and just like
Alright.
set down the edge on it.
Take a breath. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna throw it up in the air and I'm gonna baseball swing through
Oh
it.
boy.
All right, you baseball swing through it and you connect with it and stop. Like all of your momentum just stops and the book just stops and falls to the ground. Don't bite me, you freaking weirdo. What's your problem?
Well, make the book easier to kill.
Apparently, Maisie doesn't like me talking with my hands. She just like grabbed my hand and was like, "No, you're done."
It's enough of that.
Did it look from our end like he tried to chop it or like he pulled himself short?
It looks like he pulled his punch.
Oh.
All right. That's it. I'm gonna do it. I got a freshly, set up channel divinity power that I think I've only used once. And as much as I'd like to save it for this den of evil around me, I think I've got a priority target. I'm going to use. Oh crap! I can't. There's no writing in that book, is there?
Nope, it's all drawings.
Shit. God damn it! You son of a bitch. My targeted channel divinity from the homebrew oath lets me try and make a dispel magic attempt against a form of magical writing, like a rune or a scroll. But not so in this case. Okay. Well, I'm not standing dumbfounded yet. Skirp will continue to sort of swing at the thing on the ground for a little bit longer.
I guess while he's doing that, I can prepare and then maybe cast detect magic on it. On the
Okay.
book itself. Or sorry, I'm re-looking up. I guess I get to concentrate on it.
Yeah, and we're
Yeah.
we're out of combat, so you have plenty of time to concentrate
Okay.
on it.
Yep.
Doesn't appear to be magical.
What the shit?
Seriously.
No magic here, boss.
I mean, there's magic around you. Yes, like you can feel that. Like as
But
like
I don't
kind of
detect
take your
anything coming
rounds
from
away.
the book itself.
Yeah, but as you like narrow your focus to the book itself, no.
What? But we just saw it. Okay.
Oh man.
You used actual detect magic for that rep?
The spell, first level
Yeah.
spell, yeah.
Okay, I need to double check its thing. Within 30 feet.
Yeah, I think aura and school.
Blocked
magic.
by stone, common metal, thin sheet of lead, 3 feet. Okay, just checking. Your initial burst of 30 feet, however, everything around you, there are a lot of other magical sources in this room.
Okay. Can you give me like the 10-second version of what there is? I guess primarily from all the bookshelves.
From where you're
And the lights.
standing currently, the 3 bookshelves within your 30-foot burst, 4 bookshelves within
So
your
if I
30-foot burst.
If I like start walking throughout the rest of the, I'll like move around the cabin.
Yeah, basically it would be, yeah. Once you get to a central point that's within 30 feet of everything, all of the bookshelves radiate magic in some way or another.
What sort of schools of magic?
Enchantment, necromancy, divination, it runs the gauntlet, quite honestly.
Okay. Can I focus down on divination?
Sure, we can do that.
I don't know if I can get acute enough to where I can maybe like identify either books or scrolls or other sources of that.
There is a source of the more powerful source of divination magic, among some lesser ones, comes from this bookshelf here where the ping is.
Okay.
About 25 feet up.
How tall are those ladders looking? You're saying like 10 feet?
The ladders appear to end at about 7.5 feet up.
Dang.
It's a good thing we have someone who can climb.
Floki, are you?
So
what are
there's
you doing
some.
whilst all this is happening?
I'm watching the goblin. I've
Okay.
looked through the room. I found nothing of interest, and so now I'm just perplexed with the goblin, watching him basically have a mental breakdown in front of me.
I going to take one of those lamps with me and walk around. And Gideon's not a great reader, but he can make out words. He's going to see if he sees any books about werewolves on the lower shelves that he can see.
Okay.
Because he's curious.
Investigation check for each bookshelf you're looking at.
Oh, jeez.
Mhm.
Just
Tally, back to you. So
I'll share with the group what that. I think there's magic in a lot of these shelves. You just have to know where to look. Does it seem like it's distributed where most of them are a bit up higher as opposed to like at our ground level, or is it still like just evenly distributed like everywhere?
there's no real pattern to it. I wouldn't really call it evenly distributed. It's just everywhere.
Okay. You know, there might be something that can help us figure out what's going on with this book, perhaps like up there, and I kind of point in the general direction of where I'm pinging divination.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 20, 30 feet up. Don't know if anybody knows how to make a ladder float.
we could
joke somewhere.
attach all of these lamps to the ladder. Maybe it'll start going up.
It's so
Okay.
crazy.
That's for the one here.
Do you get the advantage or no?
No.
Okay, just checking. Nothing on werewolves on that one.
Okay.
If
Same.
would werewolf would lycanthropy fall under a magical school? Or I guess like what, aberration is it aberration that's like transforming, or
They're shape changers, which would be, what is that even considered? Is that enchantment or it might be abjuration? I can look up.
Let's see. Abjuration or protective, maybe not quite.
Hold on, let me see here. Not Evo, not transmutation.
Oh, transmutation. Ding ding ding.
Yeah.
Is there any transmutation in the area?
Yes, there are a couple transmutations in the area.
Anything that's within easy reach without stacking more than one ladder on top of each other?
Yes. The back right.
I'm going to, as I as Gideon's going, I guess Gideon, did you say that what you were looking for, or you just kind of moseying?
He's muttering to himself, trying to remember how to spell werewolves the whole time.
It's not going terribly well.
No.
Okay. Can I point him in the direction of this back place over here and say like, hey, we might want to look here? Narrow him
Gideon.
down to those.
Oh my god. Wait, where are there wolves?
Exactly.
Not on any of these shelves, from what you can tell.
Where wolves live.
Oh man,
You have the
it's too
need
good.
for werewolves?
What wolves?
Who wolves? How wolves? Why wolves?
Oh, that's
Okay.
great.
Well, that's what Gideon's doing. I guess he'll search over this shelf extra careful.
Can I like see anything like ping out specifically that I can like point him at?
There's a scroll is pinging transmutation on this shelf.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and grab it real quick and take a look at it.
Okay. Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I'm so good at this.
We can assume you're guidancing yourself.
Okay. Why is Arcana this?
A bit. Okay, that's
Aw.
bad.
Yes.
You're sure it's a scroll of magic weapon.
Ooh.
Oh.
Past that though, if there's anything else with it, you're just like, nah, it's a scroll of magic weapon. Fine.
Well, that would maybe be handy. Is that so? I forget, how do scrolls work in 5th E? Do I
If
need
if it's on your list, you can use it.
Oh.
Magic weapon is paladin wizard.
It's definitely
Oh.
on Skirp's list because
Yeah.
we made a plan for him to use it on me someday.
But he doesn't like scrolls, right? Because they have writing on them.
This is
Correct.
more sigils and sigils and fucking Matt Mercer. Sorry.
Siggles.
He
Sigils.
keeps saying sigils and it's gotten me to do it too. Yeah.
Proceeders.
I'll hand it to Gideon and say you might want to have the goblin help you with this one, but I don't see anything either.
Okay. Gideon's gonna look
I
at it,
wanna
but
figure out-
he's clearly holding it upside down. Apparently complete idiot.
I'll say, intentionally or not, you guys are making out like bandits here, because if I hadn't gotten like a squeaky toy right out the gate, I would be putting up way more of a fight in terms of like destroying those scrolls.
Speaking of Skirp, what are you doing?
Oh my god, I don't even know. I'm single-mindedly obsessed with this book because I honestly don't know what to do with it. I didn't think that it was evil. I thought that it was okay. But now it's very clearly a different kind of evil. Maybe the same kind of evil. I don't know. And I can't destroy it. But I can't just leave it here because it's particularly evil. And so I want to throw it in a pit, and I want to set it on fire, and I want to. But
Smash it with
I
a hammer.
feel like what I'm going to end up doing is putting it in my backpack and trying to find a way to deal with it. And so, I guess I gotta try what I gotta try.
So
I'm gonna clear the rugs and anything flammable from like a 5-10 foot area in the middle. I'm gonna go get some books off the shelves, just any of them, drag them to the middle, and make like a bed of paper upon which to burn this tome.
before you burn it, before he burns it,
God damn it, kill it.
can I use detect evil and good
Yes, you absolutely can.
I guess everything around me, if it's aberrational, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, undead, I'll detect that. And if there's a place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, I'll detect that as well.
Kildith, for serious, roll a D100.
Uh-oh. Wait, Killip, what are you doing?
You absolutely
no.
find that book.
Okay, Gideon finds on the shelves a book that says "Where Wolves Go," a treatise on wolf migration packs in Barovia. It'll be good.
Oh, Dave, that's good.
God damn it.
That was sorry, I couldn't let that one go. It's just too good.
Holy shit.
All right, so back to detect evil and good. Right?
Yeah. What were you saying?
Dippa.
Consecrated, desecrated, anything that's like
Duration.
aberrational. What was it? Sorry.
I'm reading the list.
okay.
Faith fiend, undead within 30 feet of you. Well, you get a slight undeady ping from Skirp's direction, but that's nothing new. In terms of those things, you don't get like no, and like as you like narrow your focus and concentrate upon the book in particular, you don't get anything from it.
It's not been consecrated or desecrated.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily particularly an evil book, but damn, it's got some gory images in it.
I can't disagree with you, but like not the ones you're thinking of. I don't.
Yeah, I know.
I'm done defending this book. This book.
This is a dirty mag for Strahd.
Man, that might be.
Zeb, just in case you didn't see it, no, you
I
didn't
saw
get
it.
the staff and the ping. Okay.
Floki, would you be able to help me reach those? There's some things up there that are magical. Might be able to help us figure out what to do with this book. It's like, and I start pointing at where the divination pings were coming from.
Sure,
Okay.
I can do you a favor. You'll owe me one later. I go wander up whatever he needs.
I don't think I owe you shit. We're in a, but okay.
The flaw.
Kind of a weird thing to say.
Well, then I won't get your books, I guess.
Okay, that's really peculiar. Sure. Just
He says sure, so
Get-
Floki goes up when he says sure.
Okay. There is a scroll up here. It's actually as you're like pulling books off, you find the scroll kind of like tucked back behind them.
Alright, I drop that one to him.
Okay.
okay. Do I need to do that Arcana thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I will give you an undetermined bonus since you cast a spell to locate this thing. I don't know if that bonus is going to be enough.
Something +3.
I actually need to check something real quick here.
Oh no. God. I cast spells like it's my fucking business. And yet I can't read a scroll, which
Okay,
is...
no, you just know. Just making sure. Just making sure.
you're good.
This is a scroll of legend lore.
What? Whoa. What is these? Oh, hey, it's a cleric spell. That might be something I can
Yep,
actually use.
that's why you got to figure out what it was for free.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
Oh, wow. That's
bad news for
very
you.
interesting. Wait, what'd you say?
I said if it hadn't been on your list, I had bad news for you.
Oh. Does it explode?
No, you just wouldn't have known what it was with a 3.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Where
Okay. If it's a scroll, do I have to pay the component cost?
No, the component cost was already used upon the scroll's writing.
And the scroll is consumed in casting a spell, yeah?
Yes.
Hey, that might satisfy the goblin. Like, he's technically destroying the scroll by casting the spell off.
Hey, kiddo.
We can have that conversation when I'm done burning other books.
Hey, Skirp. If you can give me just like 10 minutes with this book, I want to see if there's something that I can divine about it. Might be able to understand what it is and what it's doing.
Okay,
10 minutes, that's all I
but 10
need.
minutes.
That's all I need.
I throw it at him, like in his direction. But I continue to like stack books and papers higher and higher.
Okay.
All right.
You're building like a pyre in the center of the room.
I am just that, yeah.
Loki stays perched on top of the bookcase.
All right. Wait. You're not on top of the bookcase.
Like on the side.
You're like 8 feet up on the bookcase.
Can
The
I
top
get to the
is
top?
like 100 feet in the air.
How far are you willing?
I mean,
You have dark vision, right?
he's willing to go to the top.
All right. Floki disappears, scuttling up into the darkness like the creature that he is. You guys will see him in a while.
I'm going to
I'll let you know in a minute, Seb.
No problem.
I'm going to cast Legend Lore, and I'm going to describe the book as much as I can, and maybe I need to like thumb through it a little bit to get it there.
Okay.
But
Stomach turning, you describe the book as best you can. No, Toby, come here. Sorry, cats are being weird. And the spell comes back to you and starts giving you information about it. And as this information starts kind of flooding into your mind from the divine source that it is, you realize that you're not seeing horrific images anymore. You're seeing what looks to be like children's drawing in crayon, and are a lot closer to what Skirp was describing than these horrific images that were being presented to you before.
Although the goblin has fewer muscles.
He does
than
actually
may
have
have been
muscles.
described.
And as you through the book, you see that it is kind of like a chronicle from Skirp's perspective of the party's journey up to this point. And it's this kind of like synopsis as the spell's feeding to you of like everything that's happened in like the last. You guys have probably been in Barovia for like, I don't know, a month or so now. Maybe even as short as a few weeks. But nothing that the spell is telling you is anything like this. This book is a tome of evil, torture techniques or anything like that. It's as Skirp was trying to tell you.
I guess I don't really interact with the spell, but like as it's relaying information, does it relay anything about either what powers it or like what its purpose is?
All you get is like a sense of foreboding from it, and like a sense of like purpose unfulfilled, like a longing.
Can I get a sense of what it's longing for?
Completion.
Okay.
That's interesting. Out of character, how far through the book have we gone?
Like with your last page, it actually has like things on it.
Yeah.
It seems like it's right, like stuck in the middle.
Stuck in the middle.
Yeah, like middle. Like if you crack the book open, it would be perfectly 25 pages on one side and perfectly 25 on the other. If it were a 50-page book. Well, maybe
Interesting.
slightly offset because one page is on one side. You get my point.
Interesting. Okay.
How much more information can I get about this book from this spell?
That is about the breadth of information that it is going to provide to you.
Okay.
There was nothing in the impressions you were getting from it that it is anything of evil. It just seems kind of like this neutral object. There was no good behind it. There was no evil behind it. It just was.
Mm-hmm.
But there was almost a sentience behind it, which drove that longing feeling.
Scarp, I think you should hold on to this book.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well,
We'll see.
I now understand. I now see what you, or at least understand what you have seen in this book.
Okay. Good.
And what you've described was different than what I originally saw, but accurate to the true nature of what's contained within its bindings. And it needs to be completed.
Maybe. Maybe.
Floki, you are 300 in the air, like climbing up this
Jesus.
thing, and the books just keep going.
I will randomly drop a book just to see if it feels like I'm continuing to grow in height. Like timing the
Okay.
book drops. Just a curiosity.
Is there anybody underneath that bookshelf? No, there's not. Okay. Good for you guys. That would have been really bad.
I've learned not to stand under Floki.
What's when does something reach terminal velocity?
Depends on the thing.
Yeah.
You hear, like, you see it with your dark visions, like, disappear into the darkness, and there's a very good bit of time before you hear just like this very faint, like, everybody else on the ground floor. This book comes screaming out of the darkness and slams on the ground. It splits its spine upon impact.
Oh Jesus! The books are attacking us.
I'm gonna go kill it.
Okay.
He's gonna drop another book on him. It's gonna be great.
Like
There's you can't fail to hit this thing. You just go up and like impale this book and take a few slashes across it, and just eventually it turns into confetti.
all right. I'm gonna quickly dart back to the middle of the room
Okay.
and keep an eye on the bookshelf.
Fair enough. Gideon, how's it going? What you doing?
Gideon is slowly reading through that book,
All right.
sounding out most of the words.
As you flip through it, eventually you actually come to I'm gonna call it crudely drawn map of Barovia. You recognize areas, like natural features and stuff, and it's kind of has this like hilariously drawn like image of a wolf with like a dotted line that shows like various areas where these things travel throughout Barovia. And at one point there is a much larger wolf drawn on an area of the map, and it has much bigger fangs than the others.
That was exactly what I was looking for. If I ever want to seek out werewolves. Do they happen to be somewhere near Rictavio's camp? Or
Please.
because that's where we encountered them before.
I gotta go out to the big map and see where
I'm
it's at.
sorry.
Nope, that's fine. That's what I have a thing for. I feel like I know where it is just on instinct, but I want to double check so I don't lie to you. Ow, cat crotch. Thanks. Love you too, buddy.
Cat crotch.
Yes, it is. So as you recall, Van Richten's tower is kind of on like this weird little like jut out peninsula in the middle of Lake Baratok. This is on the opposite side of the lake.
Okay. I will
Um,
make a note of that for myself in my brain.
It is kind of, you can make a triangle between Van Richten's tower, Kresk, and this den area if that's at the very top of the triangle.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Gideon's doing while they do whatever they're doing.
Hold on, let me double check, Zeb. I will answer your question. Let's go back to Skirp, shall we?
I suppose. I'm still gonna burn it. Like, there might be redeeming qualities, and the book might have a complicated backstory, but I can't abide this thing being so maliciously deceptive. I'm throwing it on the pile of like the nest of paper that I've made, kind of shredded, and I've made fires before. So, yeah, and then I'm gonna light it.
Okay. So this blaze begins in the middle of the room. Fairly easy enough. Zeb, to answer your question, I'm going to answer it. Well, I'm just going to type out my answer because it works better.
The asterisk. What's the asterisk?
The asterisk is the word Barovia. I'll give that to you.
I mean, if my character's confident he can do it, that's probably how we're going to come down after the fire is ignited, because I don't know what that fire means. I could be combat.
Where is...
If I'm not confident that that's the thing, then I just turn around and I can run. But I just think it'd be more flavored to do the other one.
I leave that... I have answered that in the exact way that you would get the answer in your mind if you're kind of trying to probe these powers for information.
So when I think that I could do it, my body feels like, yes, I would survive that? That's what you're saying? Like when I go, can I make this? My body's like, yeah, I can do that.
You hear... Whose voice is that?
Oh god, I'm hearing voices now.
You hear again the voice of Davornar, and he says that yes, you will survive the fall if you so choose to call upon me. You also kind of get just as the voice fades, you get this impression of like this toothy grin in like a shadowed alley.
Yeah, so no. Well, I'm not curious enough for that. I just turn around then and run back. How far did I get up before he lit that fire?
If you were continuing to climb,
yeah,
I will say like another 100 feet. It's like 400.
And I couldn't see so I could see another 60 feet and I still couldn't see the end?
Nope.
Goodness gracious. Alright, I just turn around and I will start headed back, since again I don't know if this is a signal fire for a fight or more skulls or something, casting fireball.
Okay. So you're doing that. Gideon's reading. Tally.
Is this what's with the staircase here? Is it going up or down?
It is going down.
Okay, so it looks
Hold
like
on, I need to get back to the map. Sorry.
is it just sort of like a flat thing here, or
It is
that
a
just or is that a wall kind of?
It is a spiral staircase that descends downward.
Okay. Is there anything here that I can see, or is it?
It's
like, is it-
30 feet. It's 30 feet down, and you can make out that there's a landing.
Oh, I see. That's
um,
like the floor beneath us.
Yeah, that's the level
Oh,
beneath
okay.
you.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna like go on the banister, or like not the banister, but like this platform here, and see if I can kind of peer like underneath, kind of see like if I can see anything that's down below us.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I had to mute my mic. I was going to sneeze. You not.
What was that? Sorry.
You do not see anything from your
Okay.
vantage point. Just darkness. Da. So, as your book pyre like really starts to take,
Yeah.
a wall in the western side of this room slides open.
What? I mean, okay, but
And this skeletal looking
oh,
Okay.
creature in kind of like these reddish red robes with like black accents that look tattered and aged comes floating out, and behind these, like, it's his face is basically just a skull, and you see these like pinpricks of like red, like glowing deep in the eye sockets. And he looks at you, and he looks around the room and sees all of you and looks at the fire, and he says, "Oh, no, dear, this is why we keep the lanterns the way they are." And he floats over and begins muttering a spell.
guys!
And this you feel it, and like this wave of force comes down and like hammers the center of the fire and extinguishes it.
False alarm.
Gideon's going to back very carefully against this wall with his
That one's gonna
weapon
slide
out.
open too.
And he just
Oh,
goes,
God.
oh my. How did that even happen? Did I leave a candle on again? I don't even remember. And he turns to the closest person, which is Skirp, and he says, "My apologies. I apologize most profusely. I must have slipped my mind again. I am so sorry. I keep forgetting things lately. I must have left candles burning once again. It could have damaged all of the books, and I didn't know there were people in here. What if you had gotten caught on fire? Oh, I couldn't even imagine. The last people that happened to was, I tried to keep them alive, and then I ended up having to just raise them all over again. It was horrifying. I'm so sorry."
Who are you?
And he says, "I'm." He says, He's like, I'm not sure. Who are you? Maybe, I don't know. I know that I keep this place, but I can't quite remember why.
Do you keep this book? Kind of like kick it a little bit in the.
He looks at it and he says, "This is a book of this library, yes?"
Yes, maybe. It was here when I got here.
Then yes, I keep it as well. I think.
Do you know what it is?
It's a book.
Good. Cool. Do you
He's just-
guys?
Like Kel'Thuzad, like bobbing, kind of. And he's just looking around the room at all of you. And he looks up into the darkness, and he says, "Oh, there's some sort of cat spider coming down. That's odd. I don't remember that being there."
Ice.
And then he just looks back down again, like it's no big deal. Makes eye contact with Scrip again.
He's just browsing. So what do you mean you keep this place?
He says, I remember that I keep it, and that it is a place for people to study. but I can't quite remember why or how. That's odd. I'm not sure why. And he keeps thinking. And he's like, no, to answer your first question, I still don't remember who I am.
Do you remember?
Um,
Do you remember who you keep this place for?
He says, I believe I keep it for everyone. That feels
Is it
right.
Is it
And he kind of
possible?
cocks his head to the side, like maybe like a bird would, and it's really kind of unsettling because it's, basically a skeleton in robes.
On a scale of undead to really fucking undead, how undead is he pinging to me?
Really fucking undead.
Okay.
Is it possible that by keep this place you mean help me burn this place?
He says, no, we don't burn the books. I know that. That's
Really?
why I heard it. I heard the fire in my head, and that's why I came out to stop it. No, we don't.
I thought that's what you
No.
do with books, right?
And he like kind of puts his hands out, like trying to like same motion you'd see like a teacher trying to like calm down a child. He's like, no, we do not burn the books.
You just cut them in half. Am I close enough to hear this shit?
At this point, like moving full speed and being roguey and stuff, like yeah, you can be down within range without it being an issue.
So you just cut them in half, Skirp. You can't burn them.
Why? So you keep
says-
this place
He says,
for
oh,
everyone.
you cut one in half. That's oh, that's what all that was. That's unfortunate as well. He says, no, we do not cut the books in half either.
Uh,
I was gonna say, to be
What if-
fair, it kind of attacked us.
what if I keep this place?
I believe I'm the keeper, so I don't know that we need multiple keepers.
Exactly. So I can be the new keeper. And then you don't have to be the keeper anymore.
He says, I think I'm supposed to be though. He
Oh.
says, but I don't know.
Are there other keepers?
He says, not that, no, I don't believe so. I believe I'm the only keeper. He's like, I really wish I could remember these things. I don't. And he kind of, like, you can see just like the barest, like, if a skull could show emotion, like frustration, as he's like with like his motions in his hands, like struggling to remember something. He's like, I don't have the faintest idea on what's wrong with me.
I'm gonna go see what's up with Zalco.
Okay.
What's up with his alcove?
You see the alcove.
Can I
Looks
go
like
in there?
you may. Looks like a short hallway. And since it was already opened, you can see that there is another wall slit open, kind of the southwest of the one you just walked into.
Hang on. Wait a minute.
Hold on, I can kill the dynamic lighting on this.
Wait,
and
Is
this.
every entrance to this room secret?
No, the
there's
ones you
there's
found
a
so far?
staircase down we saw, right?
Well, there's a staircase here, which seems pretty obvious.
Okay. I was starting to worry there.
There is another room beyond Skirp.
So there is.
Mhm.
There's like a whole other room in here.
If you want, I can describe what you would have seen while you were
I-
poking through.
I would. I'm
This
gonna poke through.
15-foot high room contains the trappings of royalty: ornate furniture, exquisite rugs and tapestries, decorative statuary. Everywhere you look are lit candelabras atop small tables. The beauty of the decor is undone by the thick dust and cobwebs everywhere.
Okay.
It looks kind of like someone's like a duke or someone of, medium royalties like chambers.
Is there just sort of like scanning around surfaces and like, drawers? Is there anything of note?
There
Anything
are
interesting?
books and like I said, candles. But otherwise, anything that stands out, I mean, there's like leaflets of paper, like an inkwell and quills and stuff, just on all like the various tables. But nothing, there's no like weaponry sitting around or anything like that.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? There is a book sitting out open. One of the on one of the tables. I spoke too soon.
I'm gonna grab it,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna bring it out into the main room, and we're gonna kind of casually throw it onto my pile of paper in the middle.
Okay. He like turns his head slightly. He's like, "No, that book doesn't belong in this room. That's no." And he floats over, reaches down, picks it up, and kind of like attaches it to like a waist belt that he's wearing, and it just kind of hangs there off of his side.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
As he picked it up, you saw that there was writing down the spine of it.
Good to know.
Right, Tally and Gideon, what are you guys doing? Floki has just re-arrived and is kind of just hanging out. So far, looking over the proceedings.
Gideon is going to. I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go first.
All right,
Doctor.
Doctor. Gideon is going to cautiously approach. He's not very good at this, but he's going to try. So you say you're the keeper of this place, right? Of these books.
He looks at you and says, "Yes, I believe that's correct. Yes."
If there was some desperate need of it, could someone borrow one of these books?
He thinks. He's like, I'm not sure I remember. I think the point is that the knowledge is available for all. I just don't think you're supposed to take it with you.
Okay.
Knowledge
I'm not
is
gonna
learned,
pass
don't
that.
you leave with it.
Yeah, what if someone were to sit down and make a copy of one of the books? Would that be okay?
He looks at you and like the most like grinning skull grin. He's like, "Yes, that would be perfectly acceptable."
Okay.
And then he kind of does the like head nod again. He says, "I'm not sure how I know that though." He's like, "I'm sure it's fine."
Go ahead, Tally. I'm formulating plans.
Do you know what is beyond these stairs down here?
Something.
Good.
If I could just remember, then I could remember what it was and tell you. But I can't remember for some reason. That's odd. I know there's something down there. Something that I also keep. And I don't quite remember what it was.
Secret.
Do you is it alive or is it a thing?
No, I don't think it's alive.
Okay.
I have a question for you, the DM, Pef.
See,
It has been many, many days since we last played, so I don't remember the route that we took to get here.
you took a roundabout route, actually. So you would have come up on this level and then fell down to the bottom level because of the trapdoor where the chest was. And then the party went down there, came out the doors in the lower level, and skirted around the backside of the statue in the main room, and which is when Skirp found the secret door leading up the stairs that came here.
But do I judge that there is a safe route that I could maybe convince our friend Villainous to come here and do his book research and maybe exchange for that necklace? Maybe I
If you
could go
were
try that.
escorting him, that would very likely be okay if you took the same route that you got here.
That was the sound of me rubbing my hands together in a plan.
Otherwise, it is unexplored areas of the temple, and it is unknown.
Okay, I'm gonna keep considering this. I want that necklace.
Is it okay if I were to proceed downstairs? I ask the Skeletor.
And says, yes, I don't see why not. I can come with you if you would like.
Sure, if you want to. You don't have to, but
He looks around and he says, I believe all the fires have been put out, so it should be safe to leave for a few moments. Yes.
okay.
So he comes in and just kind of floats down behind you, like scary silently.
Skirp, do you want me to sacred flame the books for you now that he's gone?
As you get halfway down the steps, the room that's under here you can begin to see. There are 6 wooden crates. Yeah, you can see all those where you'd be on the stairs. Kind of like at various intervals around the room. There are also 3 amber sarcophagi down here.
Okay.
These ones, while all of the other rooms have also had 3, these ones perhaps feel a little more grand than the others.
Okay. If I were to stand like here-ish, does this put me like in the center of the room, roughly, or is it kind of, do I have to go like underneath the?
That is actually pretty close to center of the.
Okay.
If you walked like 10 feet further south, you'd be like almost in the dead center of the room on the
Okay.
lower level.
I've still got my detect good and evil on, so anything within 30 feet of me.
Yes, you get evil from all 30 feet of you.
From the sarcophagi?
And the crates.
And the crates?
So you're here. Yep, that's all 30 feet of you.
Does it give
Crates.
me anything in particular evil in terms of like type or something, or just like this is bad shit?
You get the desecrated ping from the 3 sarcophagi, and you get undead pings from the crates. And also from the guy standing behind you.
Of course.
And while he follows you down further, and he just kind of waits for you to address him before he says anything else.
I ask him, do you know what's in these crates?
He says, hold on a second. He's thinking. Ah, yes, I do remember. Yes. Huh, that's weird. I had forgotten what was down here.
What is
Interesting. Oh, you'd like to know what it is. Oh, those are vampire spawn.
Interesting.
No worries. They're quite harmless. If you're with me, they will not harm you.
I understand. All right. Doesn't look like there's too much more here.
How calmly you say that.
Like beads drip, like sweating down her face, like brow, just like, oh god. And then the last time we've had this kind of thing happen. I guess I'm gonna go back upstairs. Thank you.
He says, yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Yes.
Silently as the grave follows you up the stairs.
Uh,
he's like never more than like 6 inches from like behind you.
Yeah.
Like really, really uncomfortably close.
Since you don't remember your name, do you care what we call you? Would you like us to give you a name, or what? How should we address you?
No, I have a proper name. I just can't recall what it is.
We'll call you Keeper, because you're a keeper.
I was thinking Steve, but Keeper seems fine. Creeper also is appropriate.
That is a title, and it is appropriate to my station here. So yes.
Steve was the name.
I wonder if he's related to our high-fiving skeleton on the road.
Oh yeah, what was his name? Was it Chad? No.
Ray, Bob,
Roy,
Fred,
Roy.
Keeper, what do you know of a skeletal horse rider? Perhaps goes by the name Roy?
Skeletal horse, person that rides upon it.
Or is it, wait, which one is it? Is it a skeletal horse with a skeleton on it, or is it a normal horse with a skeleton on it?
It's both. Skeletal horse, the
All
skeleton.
skeletons. Okay, yeah.
Maybe
says,
it's a skeletal centaur. We never did check.
No, that's
That
fair.
does sound familiar. And then he kind of stops for a second. He says, I'm not so sure about the skeletal centaur part.
Hmm.
Though I don't remember why exactly. He says, this is rather frustrating, isn't it?
Keeper,
Yes.
do you know what this place is? This Temple of Amber that we're in?
It is.
Building of Amber.
Ah, the Amber Temple. Oh, that sounds right. He says, it is. It is a. What is it that I do here? Keep knowledge. Ah, yes, it is a place of knowledge, a repository.
Oh. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. We haven't seen much knowledge. Mostly just skulls.
He
Lots of stuff.
reaches up and like scratches like his skull with a skeletal finger. And he says, and he kind of looks at his finger for a second. He's like, "Oh, you mean me?"
No. Although, yes. But out there in the large room, there were a bunch of flying skulls which were shooting fire at us.
Ah, floating. Yes, they are. Were those? Did I make those? I may have created those. No, I didn't create those. Those were something else. They're here. They were guardians, I believe. Guardians. Yes, that's the correct term for it.
Can you unmake those?
Yeah. Do you know a way to make them not shoot fire at us?
He like motions to Talia. Says, as I was telling your friend here, when she questioned me about the vampire spawn that were downstairs, they won't harm you while you're here. While I'm with you.
But how are people supposed to get in here?
There's
I don't know,
vampires
now that you
spawn
mention it.
downstairs, and Gideon's still standing here.
Wait,
And he looks at Floki oddly, like, yes, and he looks at him closer and he says, You have already tasted the knowledge here, have you not? I didn't quite remember when I saw you crawling down here, but yes, that is.
I am happy
recognize
to
that.
taste all of the knowledge. If you have more, I'm willing.
He says that there are a number of other of the sarcophagi in the temple. It looks like you have seen your friend chosen not to partake of them. Do you? And he kind of addresses with the party. He says, "Do you not wish to share the gifts that your friend has taken?"
I like my eyes and teeth.
Gideon's
says-
still thinking hard.
Oh, the eyes. And you see kind of like the pinpricks of red glow a little bit larger. He says, "Ah, the eyes. No, it is a small cost. The eyes."
Do you know?
I have no regrets.
Do you know what the costs are?
Yes, I do. I can't remember all of them, though. Seeing your friend here with them for me, I do remember what the ones that are upon him.
Duta?
He says, I could possibly do that. He says, will you come here a moment? And he says,
D2F, Skirp.
So there's a fudge option in the dice selector now.
Nice. And he holds out a hand. Your hand, please.
Okay.
Okay. And you just kind of he grabs your hand, almost uncomfortably strong, and like the tips of his bony fingers dig in ever so slightly. And he says, I see Drizlash, the nine-eyed spider. I believe you know what her power is already, as you have just shown it to us. Crawling down the bookcase there. He says, and he sees the, actually no, you picked that up and threw it in the fire. Never mind. He does not see that. And then he focuses a little bit more. He says, I see Devil Nar. But you have not yet called upon Devil Nar. His power, while mighty, is also limited. He will allow you to reform yourself should you perish in some unforeseen way. What else do we have here? And he continues to focus again. He's like, the Kingmaker Zantras as well. Can see by your force of personality, you are aware of what this does as well. He has bolstered your confidence of sorts. You should find that you are somewhat more charming, shall we say, though your ego gets the best of you, and often you will not listen to refusals from others. So what do we got here? Now we move to Zrinhala, the Howling Storm. Is the Zrinhala controls the essence of lightning. Should you call upon it, you should be able to harness that power for your own. Though I will warn, well, it's actually plain upon your face what this has done to you. And again, you get the odd grinning skull sensation as he's looking at you. And he sees the last power you have taken was that of Skaikane, the soul hungerer. Skaikane. Skaikane has the ability to move souls about in a similar manner to Zalhara, whereas I think I said that one wrong actually. Devil Nar will allow you to come back and regenerate it, whereas Skaikane will allow you to regenerate others should they meet with a mortal end.
That wasn't the last one I took. You are missing one.
Am I missing one? You're right. You have also tasted of Feka, the Queen of Boxes. Feka's gift is that of plague. You may pass her gift to others with but a touch of your hand.
Wait, what?
We would prefer that you didn't, though.
And he chuckles kind of like hollowly. He says, No, I don't imagine that you pass this form of a gift to your friends. It is a rather gruesome thing to contract that one.
Well, I thank you for the translation of these gifts, and if you know of any more, I'm happy to take upon more gifts.
And he turns behind him and kind of looks over the rail. He says, Well, there are 3 more just below us, though to look at you, I don't know that you could sup of at least one of them. It is far outside of your abilities. Though perhaps in time and great length of study it could be. Though I believe you would then need to return to this place after you have obtained that knowledge for yourself.
There's also a whole bunch of vampire spawn down there.
But they will leave me alone if I'm with the skeleton guy, right?
That is up to you.
That is what he has said.
That's what I meant. It was more of a question to the skeleton guy.
He says, yes, they will not bother you. I'm supposed they could, but they won't.
Yeah. Sounds like perhaps you've had enough gifts.
Never. Always need more.
Hmm.
And he says, and what of you? You are somewhat of a holy person. Do you not wish for some of these gifts? They are in line with what the tales of holy people
Hmm.
have been historically.
Hmm.
I would be
Uh,
interested in hearing perhaps what gifts are available, if you know.
He says, and he kind of puts a hand to his head. He says, well, having you here and reading the gifts from you has helped refresh my memory. I would need to be in the rooms with them to recall. The memory is just not there, and I do not understand why. You've noticed that like his tone has kind of come to be a little more even, a little less scattered.
mhm.
Oh, that's not good.
Um,
I think we partaked of a lot of knowledge here today. I think maybe we should consider letting our brains kind of digest this. And
he says, a rest then. He's like, yes, why not? He says, come. My quarters are slightly more comfortable than here, and you can rest there.
I like this idea, but would you mind? I would kind of like to investigate downstairs, and I hear it's safer with you around, Keeper.
Yes, yes, that is accurate.
Uh,
I'd recommend not touching the crates.
I won't. I remember. He pats a pouch that he carries with him when he says that, but you're not really sure why.
Fair enough.
Okay. Do you mind? Gideon's gonna start heading down, and assuming the guy's following him.
Yeah, you've basically said, hey, I want you to come with me, so he'll go.
And okay,
Loki
and he keeps
follows.
creepy close again.
Yeah, he like is right up on you.
Okay.
Skirp, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm so twisted and taken back and forth. Man, like I don't want to. Okay, all right. I know what I'm gonna do. Is anybody not doing anything right now? Anybody have a minute to maybe help me out?
Tally is not following, but Rap had to go AFK. So
Okay.
Oh,
So Tally.
okay.
Wait. Oh, got it. That brain's all 100% there. All right. I'm gonna need somebody to help me read the titles on the spines of these books.
I bet Tally will help you with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, I'm gonna split the party.
Okay.
Great. Great. So just to put it on autopilot here, I'm going to go through, and each book that we can physically reach, we're going to start going around, trying to
You guys are
put
there.
them into
Should come
two
to me.
piles.
I see.
Like one pile is books that are probably inflammatory or kind of evil or something along those lines, and the other pile are things that are fairly benign, like the migratory patterns of wolves in Barovia. So, yeah. So, anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing.
I'd kind of like to get near this one and do whatever I saw Zeb do to hear whatever. I didn't hear
Okay.
the last ones. I was too far away.
Histories and opinion pieces and
I didn't mean to
biographies
drop
are also
myself
things
there.
that I'm considering to be inflammatory.
There it goes. Histories and
All right.
biographies? Okay.
Let me figure out the sarcophagi first. Let me see that one. Also below you see that there's kind of a
Oh.
big crack in the wall.
Kind of like the one that we saw upstairs that led to that one room?
Yeah, it looks through to that. And in there, you can just make out there appears to be some sort of statue standing just past that crack.
Oh. Now, based on what I know of the... Okay, it's probably not the giant statue.
the little bit of light, like the light you would have with you down here to actually look at things. Actually, I think there's.
Does it look like the statue we fought upstairs?
It does from the back.
Okay.
All right, so now that you're down here, I can give you exact what this room looks like. A golden marble staircase, black marble railing, hugs the north wall, and it spirals gently up a 30-foot wide shaft, which is the one you came down. Lying in the middle of the room are 6 rotting wooden crates. Amber-covered walls are sculpted to look like tentacles that intertwine around marble bas-reliefs of kings, queens, pharaohs, sultans, and sultans attended by a myriad of slaves. West, south, and east contain alcoves, and standing in each alcove is a tall, rough block of amber. Taller, wider, and slightly more grand than those you've seen previously. There are 2 wide cracks that have opened up in the southern wall, spilling rubble and shattered pieces of amber onto the floor in the southeast corner of this room. Okay, there is not. I thought there was a brazier down here, but there is not. So it's whatever life source you have with you.
I
but,
was bringing that lamp around that I've been carrying.
Then yeah, you would see the glinting amber and see kind of like the form of it.
And are these? You said these are more regal than the ones we saw upstairs.
As regal as like a kind of like a rough-hewn block of amber can look, but they're definitely like
more carrot.
more impressive.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll just reach out and kind of brush this one, see if. You guys said they heard voices upstairs.
Yep. And the caretaker gentleman goes over, follows still closely with you, and as you touch it, he puts a hand on your shoulder, and you hear this voice, like booming voice that says, "I am Zudun, the corpse star. No death is outside of my grasp." And your keeper friend takes his hand off. He says, "Ah, Zudun." Yes, of course. Zudun would, much as your friend's gift would allow him to raise someone that has recently fallen, there is no amount of time that could pass that you would not be able to raise somebody from death, should you take that gift.
Oh. I was going to ask the cost. Gideon says yes.
Okay. You take on the gift of Zudun, the corpse star.
Oh God.
You feel this like crawling blackness kind of like go from the sarcophagi into your palm, and on the back of your hand, you get this like this 4-pointed star, but the center of the star kind of takes on like a skull-like appearance. In addition to that, you take on a corpse-like countenance. You actually look a fair bit more like a human version of Skirp now.
Oh. I mean,
like just pallid and just kind of almost zombie looking. Eyes sunken in, like Michael Jackson in Thriller before he goes full zombie mode.
Okay. I knew this would come in handy.
And the keeper looks at you and he says, Zudun's gift is very powerful. It is very likely you will only be able to use its power once.
Okay.
And he kind of like puts his hand up on your shoulder again and then motions behind you. He says, "Do you wish to know the power of the others?"
Is these just like the ones upstairs that they're one power, like one?
Are you asking that to the keeper?
Yep.
He says, "Oh, no. He says, each of you may take it, though I will tell you that the vestige that resides within each takes a little bit of time to reform itself. So while it would not respond to you immediately now, should you take a rest and come back, it would likely be here waiting for you."
Gotcha. Noted.
Okay.
I continue to follow Gideon around.
think I've received my gift. Gideon seems really distracted now, and he's got his hand like in his pouch, and he doesn't really even continue talking. He just heads back upstairs, leaving these two.
Oh, then I go to
I
the
figure
one that's down here.
Yeah.
Okay, the one to the south. And you touch it,
Oh yeah.
and he touches you, and there's no. He puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "There's no voice or anything," and he says, "Ah, yes, the gift of Tenebris. I know this well. This is the gift I took myself." He says, "Alas, it is not within your power to accept this gift. You do not have the right knowledge or the right training to complete the myriad of rituals that would be required for the completion of this."
Do you know the name of said things that
pity.
would be required?
He says, and he kind of holds his hand out, and his hand like lights on fire. He says, "You would need to be able to do something more akin to this." And he like bounces the flame like back and forth across his hands, and like changes it color and everything. Like he's demonstrating like spell casting ability.
Like Sacred Flame? Can I not do that with Sacred Flame?
You can attempt to. So we'll say you cast the cantrip just to like demonstrate it.
Mhm.
And he says, "Do that again, but give me your hand this time."
Oh, okay, we've done this before. Give him my hand again.
He says, no, not like that. This is a different. This is power gained from knowledge. Yours is power gained from something more divine."
Okay. For the Arcana. Light bulbs goes off for the cat's head. He wanders over to the next one.
Okay. He says, and as you touch it and he touches you. There's no voice here, just a feeling of your blood boiling. And he says, this gift, the land knows this gift well, for it is this vestige is the very reason for why the lands are the way they are. This is the gift of the vampire,
How is that a gift?
Lord Strahd von Zarovich. Took this power for himself once, long ago.
Power of Strahd.
Maybe not. Well, yeah.
He says, this, like the gift of the Tenebris, is not an instant gift. It is something that requires ritual to complete. However, this one is within your power, though you must have the fortitude to take upon these rituals for yourself.
I think that's a question for Pef.
Right, yeah, I interpretation wise, that's not offering me power per se, it's offering me to become a vampire. Is that not open to interpretation if that's actually more powerful? Because we've already killed some vampire spawn, yes? Like
This one isn't a direct say yes, get power. This is you can say yes, and maybe if you decide to do these things, you will eventually gain the abilities to do things.
Okay, so this isn't a direct power
but it's
game.
not as straightforward as the others. No.
This is the quest.
Right.
This is a road to presumed power, but you would have to make that determination for yourself.
Does the flaw allow me to skip it?
I would say in this case it does, because it's not saying here's power. It's
right. That's what
saying,
I was kind of banking on.
Here's a
okay. Yeah,
kind of more out of character.
I was leading towards saying no myself, but I wanted to make sure the flaw would not make me say yes, because I don't see a direct power gain here.
No, I said that one's okay.
But definitely, I mean, becoming Strahd is something that may eat away at my brain eventually, but I can always then know that that's here, not a direct power.
Yeah. Hey, you know where the temple is.
Right. All right. Yeah. I will pass.
All right. He removes his hand from your shoulder and says, more's the pity. I suppose there is one already lord of the land as is.
This
And
doesn't
he
make
motions
me
back to the
Lord
stairway.
of
He
the
says,
Land. Your memory is flawed. It gives me the power to challenge maybe the Lord of the Land, but I'm pretty sure I can already do that.
he just kind of looks at you and says, perhaps. And he motions back to the staircase. He says, shall we rejoin the others and visit the other sarcophagi?
Other sarcophagi? Yes, yes, indeed.
He says, good. Come along. And he floats, following you grossly close. And I will bring you guys back to the other map.
But there are other sarcophagi. Did you hear that? I heard it. Ears perked up.
I wasn't
Well,
here.
my right ear perked up. The left ear's kind of droopy and have no control.
Sorry. And I will ping, so you guys are back here. All right, Skirt, Tally, we're back to you guys.
Okay.
How are the piles coming?
They're coming along. They're coming along. It's not an easy question to answer, both in game and out of game, because of the sheer amount of books that are in this place. I mean, you can grab everything within, grabbing and ladder range, but after a certain point, like, you're going to be grabbing and putting onto the floor more things that can kind of fit, like, massive piles of books.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm
And
not-
splitting them out distinctly will take a very long time, because it's not going to be immediately obvious just by the titles. And some
I'm
of these
doing it-
books are just blank, as far as you can tell.
call that a third pile. I'm doing it very, very quickly. Not like in a rushed way, but just in a way that doesn't take care in any form. So he says, "This is the life and works of Baron," and I throw it over my shoulder onto the pile of things of influential books.
All right, Tally, how are you this? Like, are you like just going along with it? Are you being like, well, wait, that one's actually...
So, Skirp, your whole point is that you want to separate them into books to keep and books to burn?
I don't...
Or are you just
If there was no one else here right now, I would burn everything. Like, the entire thing would have gone up in flames several times already.
I think... Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I don't own these books. Like they're not mine, and it sounds like, there's sort of a communal trust. And even then, like, they're guarded by someone who I'm suspicious of, but I wouldn't call outright evil. I can't burn them. I can't destroy them, but I can ask, and I do as soon as he comes back. Could you please store these on a higher shelf? This
And
pile.
he comes up and he floats over and he says, "Oh, I suppose I don't."
All the
and
way
he-
at the top?
He starts getting confused again. He's like, I don't actually remember if there's a reason for the organization of this. He says,
All the
and
way at the top?
he shrugs and he says, very well. And he makes a gesture with his hand, and this skeletal hand like kind of rises up out of the
My
flagstone floor, and floats over and starts grabbing books from the pile and just floating up high up onto the shelves until it disappears from sight distance, setting them in. And there's just kind of like this rotating like working line of these skeletal hands that start just kind of appearing, grabbing books and disappearing into the darkness with them. He says, may run out of bookshelf space. I will have to bring other tomes down to make room. So be it. And he makes another gesture, and pretty soon you get this big, almost like Fantasia-esque thing of like books flying across, like switching positions and everything. And he looks to you and he says, what of the scrolls?
Like, what scrolls?
And he snaps his fingers, and 5 different hands come down and start piling up these scrolls at his feet. And he just kind of he has this look of almost like someone looking like they might look at a cat fondly, or like a small child, as like the hands come down and drop off and then go back off again to move things. And yeah, he ends up eventually making a pile of 1, 3, 5, 6, 9 scrolls at your feet.
Hmm.
Well, at his feet rather.
What of them?
And he says they're taking up space on the shelf where you requested these particular books go. Do you care where these go? They are of magical power, of course.
Are they part of your collection? Could they be
He
taken
says,
out of here?
I believe these could be used if you so desired.
I'll take them.
He looks and he thinks for a second, and he's like, I think I could just make more. I think. Yeah, that sounds right.
I can take care of those.
Now, are these scrolls open at all?
They're rolled up.
Is there writing on them?
No, they're just like rolled up and sealed with like maybe like a little like wax seal.
Okay.
And he's very like open, like he said it outright, like these are magical scrolls.
Just wanted to make sure that Skirp wasn't going to start burning without looking.
That's probably Skirp's plan, so get them from me.
I'm not going to fight
I'm
over
gonna-
some scrolls.
I'm gonna start sort of like moving them into my backpack.
All right.
There's not enough room because of clothes.
You do notice at this point in
Close to
time,
it.
Skirp, that your backpack is full of way more clothing than you remember. Like
What shit is this robe doing in here?
exceedingly amounts, like
Where
massive
did I get a
amounts of
flowery dress?
trousers and
Is this a
like,
shoe?
shirts, and oddly some black feathers fall out of more than one set of these clothing.
Oh crap! It's not werewolves we've been pissing off. It's
Oh.
birds.
Where
You actually end up with a lot of feathers, like enough where you could like on the floor as they fall, like take like both hands and pick up and kind of like hold like a wad of black feathers.
Do you guys need some quills?
It's
Do you-
very, very peculiar.
Do you want these?
It
which thing are you offering?
Keeper?
Yeah, are you offering all the clothing or the feathers or what?
I got a thing of clothing in one hand and a thing of feathers in the other hand. That I'm kind of like both either
If you don't
for your
want them,
collection.
He looks and he's like, he looks at the clothing and he looks down at himself. He says, no, I believe this is a badge of office of sorts for me. So no, to the clothing. He says, the feathers are quite fine. I may take a few off your hands if that is okay.
Sure.
They will make
I just
fine
gotta-
quills.
Whatever he doesn't take, I kind of leave on the floor.
And he does like the General Grievous thing with like the lightsaber. It's a fine addition to my collection. Tough.
And then once I've got room, I'll start loading scrolls into my bag.
Okay.
Again,
Now-
not being terribly careful with them.
you told us that there was a place we could rest, perhaps.
It says,
I'm feeling
yes.
a little sickly, and he looks at his hands. It's all gray and.
It is all of you that is that way. Which, by the way, Skirp and Tally, Gideon looks gross.
I mean, maybe
You too?
clammy and gray. Yeah.
Oh no.
Do you have an overwhelming desire to walk towards the mountain?
No.
Oh.
I do have an overwhelming desire to leave soon.
Me too.
As do I. Are we done?
Uh,
Here we go.
Hang on. I think I
there's
had
a couple things I'd
question.
like to do.
Oh, Keeper, one more thing. Can I beg, borrow, or buy a favor from you?
Perhaps.
I would be very appreciative if you could have your hands, your helpers, when they have time over the next few millennia, sort through these books, and anything relating to like necromancy or kind of
Dancing
like
optional.
magic or I guess like war and like demons and like soap. You just like put those
And
on the high
he
shelves?
stops for a second on the last one and he just looks at you. Soap.
just on the high shelves. Those ones. And then maybe like the ones about like cooking, that'd be okay. And about like maps and the ones with pictures. Just bring those down to the lower shelves. Like, yeah. Would that be all right? Can you guys?
Visual novels.
He says, I don't see an issue with this direction. I see no reason why not to.
Okay.
He says,
Okay.
yes, I can certainly help you with this.
And then I don't know if there's a way I convince you to go with this, but because I know you probably help everyone. But if anyone comes in here and asks for books about like the really evil ones, like the demons and the zombies, like could you just tell them you don't have anything like that?
He kind of looks at you. He says, but this is the knowledge.
Okay.
This is for all
Yep.
to share.
Yep. Okay.
Maybe instead you prioritize the books. Explain why that's a bad idea. To
Yeah.
use kind
just teach both sides. Give them equal time is what I'm saying.
Fair
Yes,
and
yes.
balanced.
There's no reason that I cannot teach all facets of knowledge to any that might seek it. It's not outside of what I believe to be the tenets of this place.
Actually, do you collect oral history?
I feel like there's a joke coming.
I had to pause for a second. I'm sorry.
You accept oral history?
And he says, oh man,
You don't remember?
I can't. Like
Really?
I believe there may be things that I knew once that I cannot remember anymore. He says I can certainly, if you have things to tell me, I can attempt to remember them for as long as possible.
All right. Well then, yeah. Assuming nobody's rushing to get out of here in like the next minute, I'm going to explain to him my entire theology.
I am extremely interested.
Yep.
Yeah.
So am I.
We're all gonna pull up chairs.
Do it, and they are comfy chairs at that.
I can do this real time if you want.
Let's do it.
Just so you guys know, I've heard this all before, and it's actually pretty good.
I go through it a bit. I've done it. So words are sacred and powerful things. Words, they can spin magics and twist minds, and they can make people act in ways that people wouldn't act. And they're very powerful, and as such, words live inside you. Like they are your power, and you spread them as I am doing now by speaking them into being, and they live in you, and then once you speak them, they go into the world, and they live for a moment on the air, and then they die. And maybe, like an ember into some loose grass, you catch inside someone else. And this is the way of words. But some people, some vile, misguided people don't understand that. And they sit and they skulk, they lurk, and they capture words, they pluck them out of the air, and they spin magic together to resurrect these words into their own like twisted armies of undead thoughts and ideas and words. They twist them and bind their spindly little corpses onto pages, and then they march their tiny, twisted, spindly word armies out into the world. They send them, and then other people, they read them, but it's not like real words, like these words. They're twisted. They're corrupt words. They've been changed between my mouth and that page paper. It's not the same. Those are not the words that are in me. Those are the words that are on a page. So they send them, and people all over the world, they read these, and it's like a black fire starting inside them instead of a beautiful red fire. And it can't be like that. That's an abomination. It's a complete and utter desecration of a sacred thing. And all of these books, not every single thing in every single one of these books is malicious. But you can't tell, and they're insidious. You can't look at a word, aside from just seeing how disgusting and deformed they look to begin with. Like, and how, I mean, just look at any word and think about how much different it looks on that paper than it looks like inside you. Like in your head. When you think and then you see it on the page, you can just tell there's something wrong with it, like him and kind of me. But aside from just how horrific they look, you can't tell which words are going to be the words that send 1,000, 10,000 people into a needless war that kills tens of thousands of others. You can't tell which are going to raise zealots and cause untold suffering. They don't ever do good. They're just evil.
Interesting.
So I've known it my whole life. But it wasn't until the goddess spoke with me.
How
She
do
appeared
you
to
feel
me.
about road signs?
You know, they can be benign, but I don't trust them. Like, one time I was going to a city and there was a road sign, and I asked a man what it said, and he swung his sword at me. I don't know what you call that, but
That sounds like a rude road sign. You're right.
that's what I'm saying. No,
So this goddess, she's the one that gave you the ability to burn things?
Well, we spoke. Like, she kind of appeared first in a dream, and then not even gonna try. Hang on one second. Think. There we go. Yeah, she appeared to me, and we spoke, and we spoke at length about this, and she agreed that I would become her crusader, her paladin, and we would bring this all to an end. So, yeah, before the night that landed me here in your company, I traveled the land, finding caches of books and convincing their owners that they were better in my hands, that they were better without their books, and convincing people to set themselves free of the grasp of these necromantic word skeletons. So it's yeah. So don't get me started on wizards
Um,
and
I
their
wouldn't dream of it.
yeah. So
they read a book and then they can just pull fire from the air.
To be
don't-
fair, you were told the words that could come from a book, and you can light things on fire.
Exactly. No,
So
my
yeah.
fire comes from the gods. Wizards' fire? Where does that come from? Who grants wizards their fire?
Okay,
No
so that book that you were trying and failing to harm earlier.
Mhm.
I glance at Keeper as I say this, trying to speak, around it a little.
Sure.
Maybe you'll have another dream of what to do with it.
I can't leave it here. It's got me in it.
I'm not sure you can take it with you. Again, glancing at Keeper.
Can I have this?
He's just been listening and kind of, you see him reacting kind of oddly, like his head just like turning and nodding and listening and kind of stretching back a little bit. And he says, "Where did you get that?"
It's on the shelf.
Now that everybody's here, you will notice that his eyes that were once like this pinprick are now like full glowing like red in the sockets.
Oh shit! It's a phylactery.
Um,
Out of character. Sorry. Yes. Is this a phylactery?
and he says, No, that doesn't belong here. I don't know what that is doing here.
Where does it belong?
I don't know, but it is not one of this collection.
Okay, I'll figure out something to do with it then.
He says, it matters not to me.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand it to the free market.
You
How's
just
the
like
free-
pass it up behind like the side of your head, and just this hand comes out and grabs it, and
It's an invisible hand.
Just
not to
floats its way.
skirp.
I mean, it
Skirp
does kind of beg
seasons.
the question: does the book make its way into my backpack?
It does.
Well then, invisible hand, not imaginary.
Yes.
Um,
Well, it was always grabbing all the clothes.
Hang on.
Never mind.
What?
um,
I can only imagine where this is going.
not that I would know what these letters are, but are the letters SZ anywhere on this book?
Are you asking your more literate friends?
I'm just asking. I mean, because I can recognize shapes. Like, I don't know what the letter is or what it represents, but like I kind of know the shapes.
You do not see the worm line or the 3 slashes anywhere
Okay,
on this
perfect,
book.
thank you. Okay. I don't remember if that's my own lore or if that's your lore, but I
That
just found a note
is,
in my loot that says I have a letter with pictures of an evil book marked SZ, which killed my father.
Whose lore
Yes.
is anyways?
I don't
Uh,
remember his lore, but
that was joint lore. You also know that there are those letters engraved into the hilt of your weapon.
Oh.
But that has always been a thing since the day you picked it up.
I'll make sure that I document that.
Okay.
Okay.
At this point, your host kind of motions to Gideon and says, "You were mentioning resting. Would you like still to do
Yes.
so?"
Yes, and I might have another favor to ask, but it can wait till everyone's settled.
And he just kind of nods and says, "Very well. This way then, please." And he does his weird creepy float thing and just doesn't like the wall panels here haven't closed up the entire time he's been out, and he just kind of floats through and back into his room.
I will follow, and not being sure if it's a customer or not, try to stay like 6 inches behind him like he does to us.
Okay.
I don't want to be rude. Oh, it's this way.
Everybody else, Gideon follows the keeper off into the other through the wall panels.
I will follow and inquire
I
on the other sarcophagi when. Just
Good,
he said
I'll
that
follow.
He had others.
Before Skirp can follow,
Mhm.
I kind of grab him or like hold him back just a sec and say, "We need to get out of here," in a very low tone.
I without hesitation, I agree. I don't think it's wise to rest here. Not in this room. But I don't see any reason why we can't ask the keeper to escort us out of the building.
Agreed. I nod.
Okay.
Kind of turn my
Why-
hand to kind of show him the way in front.
Why did we just decide to rest?
Gideon wanted to rest.
Okay.
Also, I thought we were all beat up, weren't we?
Not super.
You guys
beat
are
up.
down
Like,
some hit
okay.
points.
Yeah,
I know he's used a bunch of like smites. and
Tally's
stuff,
used a bunch of spells. That's true.
and I know Skirp's been using smites like crazy.
Let me see what I got.
Didn't you
Spell book.
smite the door like 3 times before it opened?
Let's see.
On the 3rd knock,
Oh yeah.
because you like missed really badly each time or something. I can't remember.
Did we successfully rest recently?
Yeah, in the bottom left
Oh.
corner of the map.
Did we? Oh,
yes, where
Okay,
you
'cause
guys
I-
encountered the barbarians first.
Because
It was
it was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I know.
It was
I've been
like
trying to.
here-ish the beginning of the first or the last session.
I've been trying to really deliberately use the counters for my consumable, like the spell slots and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Well,
And I'm showing myself full spells right now.
at least
which
an
is also
hour
me.
rest.
You shouldn't be full spells because don't smites take spell slots?
Yeah.
They do. They do.
And you've used at least what 1 or 2 smites on books.
I swear you smited the door.
So, yeah, well, like I might argue the literal smite that I called, which was hang on, just kidding, I'm out of spells. Sorry, I was looking. There's a column called used and a column called
Oh,
max,
yeah.
and I thought used was not
Yeah.
used.
Used counts up, or down?
Apparently it does.
And then Tally, you've used what? A pile of firsts mostly, right? Like
First,
you used
second,
good and
two
evil.
first, 2 seconds, and a third.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you've been using some stuff.
I'm about halfway through.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought we were a little more beat up than we were.
I will follow you guys into here, and as we enter into here, I say, I really appreciate all the help you've given us, Keeper, but I do think that we do need to leave pretty shortly. Perhaps we can catch our second wind while we rest here for just a moment. And would you mind escorting us out of the premises? once we're ready.
Says, well, that's a shame you're leaving so soon, but yes, I can escort you out. That's no problem. It's just a quick walk through the door.
Okay.
Yeah. And yes. And he says, would you still like to rest?
At least an hour, if you don't mind.
He says,
Just-
not at
just-
all. You may
I
stay as long as you
understand.
wish.
We took a fall earlier.
He says, oh, did you? He says, oh, that's unfortunate. He says, well, stay here and rest yourselves. And he goes over and like sits kind of just in this corner. And just basically just like stares out the entire time while you guys are sitting there. Like you can ask him, you can discuss anything you'd like with him during your rest. It doesn't take much, as long as you're not bench pressing anything.
Secret captain. I'm always bench pressing.
Okay, so meta discussion here.
Hmm.
I agree that we should leave, but I also know that there's zero chance that we can leave without Floki getting a chance to look at all the sarcophagus.
I agree that's what Floki would do. So
The
let's
fact that
just
the skeleton told Floki that there are more sarcophagus, yes, he's got to
Yeah.
see those.
Can't.
so let's just rock through that, because I think, as far as I'm concerned, like I've resolved everything I want to do in the library.
I wanted
are
to
you
talk
done
to
being
Villainous
pulled
and see
here?
if I can convince him. Yeah, where are you still being pulled to that book?
I'm pretty sure I'm being pulled to the book, but I now have the book.
So you're just
The-
gonna spin in circles.
The pull sensation's actually gone.
Oh,
Imagine that.
and
Maybe it's your phylactery.
right. I'm curious if I like ping magic or if I still ping undead.
Do you? I would still. It hasn't been 30 minutes, right? So.
Do I ping undead?
Yeah, actually, I would be able to. I would have that up still.
Skirp still pings, just the lightest flavor of undead.
Okay.
He's
Decent
he'd diet undead with a pinch of lime. Gideon, however, does not ping undead at all.
Oh, good. I just look undead.
While we're
All the
taking a
drug-
short rest, DM would like to take a bio break.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can snack.
Like 5-ish minutes.
Okay,
Sounds
I'll
good.
be here.
Cool. Be right back.
I swear, Pef put the one power I couldn't resist in front of me.
That happens to be the one you touched first.
Is it? Maybe he's been
I-
saving it for me.
True.
I'm just
True.
kidding. I was gonna ask the Lich what the cost was, and it's like, nope, it doesn't matter. He's gonna take it.
Right.
Damn it! Now I can't I was gonna turn that horn into a stake to use on Strahd.
So, does this lessen your desire to kill Strahd now that you can bring Squirrel back?
Oh no, because we're still trapped here until we get rid of him, probably.
Right, but
But yes,
originally you
if
had
I
like
if
a
I could bring him back
bloodlust.
and get out, yes.
Right, but originally didn't you say you had a bloodlust for Strahd because of the death
Yeah.
of Squirrel? So now that you can bring him back,
I
does
mean-
that bloodlust a little less, or is it just as still
It's-
as fueled?
I'm gonna have to think about it. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'll let Gideon think about it. I
Does
used
chat
half
have
of my
any
hit die.
questions for any of the characters while we are in a downtime / meta discussion where you can ask and we can answer as players versus characters? Anybody is curious about any of the classes at hand?
I figured 11:45 at night. It was fine to have a meta discussion about whether or not we were actually leaving, or if we'd be here another session, or if we'll be able to.
I imagine if he's gonna escort us to sarcophaguses, we can get out of here in a night, like tonight, because there should only be 3 left,
Yeah,
and then
I don't know,
Floki
maybe-
has to go and determine if they're giving him direct power, transform a little bit, and then we can leave. Granted, we have to go talk to
Maybe
Villainous, right? You want to go talk to that?
Yeah, I'd
necklace
like
guy?
to go see Villainous and see if I can convince him to give me the necklace in exchange for access to the library. He was after knowledge.
Right. Why are we hanging out with this lich? Because he's not evil and not necessarily a lich.
He seems, if he's a lich, he's a lich with
amnesia.
crap,
Or
not
aberration.
amnesia. Yeah, that thing.
Basically a servant to the
Alzheimer's.
library. Yeah, he's basically a servant to the library, and he doesn't ping evil. Otherwise, our cleric probably would have smited him or attempted to
Also, I
smite
mean,
him.
he's not even the weirdest looking person in the room.
That is also true. Did you see the link that I posted for Floki? Yeah.
All right, Diamond. Here's the recap. We fucked up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be cursing, but we did. Loki is
the
now a
recap
monster.
is Strahd is winning.
Why is Strahd winning?
Because we're getting more
That's
and
the
more
recap.
evil as
Yeah, that's the recap of the game. Strahd is winning.
No, I'm totally gonna go talk to that villainous guy first if I can help it though. See if I can convince him to part with the necklace in
Did you
exchange
see
for access
the
to the
link I
library.
put for Floki in chat? The path that he's on.
I did. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I'm at 52 HP now, Zeb. If you want to update my.
52.
Yes,
Do
I
we
used
all?
3 hit dice to get 12 HP.
Ouch.
Yeah. Rolled 3d10 to get 12. But that's enough that I regain it on the next long rest.
So I will ask while we're in this hour, just relaxing.
Mm.
I will inquire upon our all-timer friend as to how many sarcophagi are left.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Let's find out.
Screw you, Screw.
Hey.
Skirp's like, this is how you do it.
I have not rolled above average, like, at all. I rolled a bunch of 6s and 8s earlier.
Let me see. You got those 3 and those 2, right? Because you have 5.
6, I think.
He went back
1,
for
2,
1.
3,
Yeah, I have
4,
6.
5.
I have Drizzlenash,
Oh, and then
Dalvar,
6.
Zartas, Zerahala, Skakan,
Unless there
and
was a room with only 4.
That's right. You went back for the. Okay,
Pontus.
so you have those 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Let
I've
me-
dealt with the other 3 that are here.
He rejected,
denied one.
Rejected 1.
Yeah, and then he would take the one that Gideon took. So if his eventual plan is to go down and try to grab that when it recharges.
Oh, assuming an hour is long enough.
Okay. There. The other one in the other room, notwithstanding, there are 11.
11 more?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear Lord, Pierre, this guy is going to die. Does he know what they do? Like, can he give me the spew here before I have to, or do I have to go touch each one? Because if he can give me the word from here, I might be able to.
His memory
is garbage.
His memory isn't quite up there.
Is there a book here that would know that information that I can read while we're down for an hour?
He doesn't know all the individual information.
Okay. And he can safely escort me to each of them without us having to fight things?
He can escort you, yes.
Now, tell me about his eyes. Are they still looking brighter and brighter?
Yes, they are.
Do they dim at all as we sit idle for an hour?
Nope.
Crap. Pretty sure that's a timer, guys.
It's why I want to leave
I
immediately.
know.
And we're going
I
to.
want that necklace.
We are leaving.
We could get escorted to the entrance and then leave Villainous and Floki to go walk around. That way, if the time bomb goes off, not on anyone I care about.
While we're
sorry.
resting,
Jesus.
I'd like to go grab that book again, the one that said Book of H,
Oh yeah.
and ask
The
him
incantations of H.
incantations, excuse me, and ask him, Keeper, what do you know of this book?
He puts his hand on it. He says, "Ah, this is a special tome. I have not seen this particular one in some time." And he pulls out the book that this book is in and flips through the pages for a minute to try to find it. Says this belonged to one of the creators of this place. Yes, very long ago. An ancient archmage, though his name is lost to me. I remember his face. This was once his spell book.
Hear his voice in your head.
Who knows?
And in your hearts. And he says that it is a powerful book. He says, and he hands it back to me. He says, it is actually one of the few that have the power to leave this place, should you so choose to do so.
Oh.
Why is the
And-
book itself so powerful?
After a time, and at this point he kind of starts like wandering around the room, like musing, looking at things on the desks and stuff. A wizard's spell book begins to take on aspects of the owner. It remembers things on its own, and after a time, it even becomes almost like a part of it, of the wizard itself. And as he does, he kind of like brushes a hand against the, like almost like lovingly against the one that he like took from Skirp very quickly and like latched onto his belt. He says they are as much a part of the wizard as the wizard's heart or mind might be after a time, and as such, the connection between one and the other is almost unbreakable.
So, in some ways, would this book be sentient? Could it act? Could it do things on its own?
It's perhaps under great circumstances such a thing might happen, though it is more likely that the knowledge contained within, should you actually ever be able to translate it, is where the true power lies. Only its original owner know all of the ins and outs of it. If he did something as to awaken it to give it sentience, I cannot say.
See. Can I spend some of the time? I think I tried to do some arcana checks with it, but can I spend some of the hour just kind of looking at it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or some of the time
And
that we're resting?
because it will be a short rest and you are spending it with this, you will understand that in addition to being a spell book that contains a lot of pages of spells, you can't exactly tell like what they are because it's very clearly a wizard spell book. You know that the book itself has taken on some magical properties, and that is the properties of an enduring spell book. This spellbook, along with anything written on its pages, can't be damaged by fire or immersion in water. In addition, the spellbook does not deteriorate with age.
Okay. Incantation.
Incantations of H.
Interesting.
Interesting. I will put that in my pack.
While you guys are also discussing it, and Tally's kind of, checking out the book and giving you once over, he approaches Gideon as well, and he says, "You mentioned you wish to scribe one of the books. Do you still wish to do so?"
Well, not me necessarily myself, but there's another potential seeker of knowledge in the temple, and I was considering I might be able to bring him here and let him learn as he will. He was willing to risk his life just on the possibility that he might find a spell book. So it's possible that he may be willing to study here and might want to scribe spells or something.
He looks amused. He's like, yes, absolutely. Out of character, I'm more asking about your werewolf book or werewolves are.
Oh, I left it in the other room. After I noted the map,
Got
Gideon
it.
doesn't have a high regard for books himself.
Okay, not a problem. But in terms of like villainous, it seems like he is okay with this decision. He's, this place is a place of knowledge and learning. The more the merrier.
Okay.
Ah,
Scribing a whole book myself would not.
damn it, Maisie.
Gideon can barely read it, let alone.
Gideon,
Sorry.
What?
has anyone ever talked to you about, maybe
Jehovah's
devoting
Witness?
yourself to a greater purpose?
Have you ever heard of our Lord and Savior illiteracy?
Basically.
Our Lady Githyatia?
Wow.
Oh my god, I can't believe you pronounced that. Well done.
I'm not sure I got that. Could you write it down? Oh.
As Skirp would spell it, it's just like, good. Yeah.
We'll talk about it later. I've got a couple of plates spinning right now. I'm not sure I can handle religion.
There's always a place for you with Our Lady. And
I mean,
there's
you're
much work to be
persuasive.
done and few hands to do it.
You've got
Maybe you?
plenty. You got a free hand or two, I think.
Yeah.
That's it. It's good. Good. Kind of gesture with mine and like over my shoulders, kind of like Doc Ock.
All
yeah.
right then.
Also, I threw down the perception in there just for giggles
Okay.
to kind of see how much of that I was paying attention to.
With that score, most of it.
It's a small room.
Relatively.
Unless
Yeah.
they left the room, in which case.
No, you guys are all resting in there, so it's
Okay.
All right.
Um,
I would like to go see about this evil fellow. Sorry, villainous fellow. Maybe he'll part with his necklace.
I am strongly of the opinion that we need to leave.
As soon as I have that, I'm ready to go. And it's on the way out. I mean, it's.
Skirp, are you done here?
I'm ready to go. I was ready to go some time ago.
all right.
We
As soon
could
as it
outside
became
with
clear.
Floki.
The hour passes, and after conversation and looking over this book and discussing other such things, your keeper friend says, "If that's it, then this way." And he floats to the southern wall.
Oh. God. How do you live in a room where all the exits are secret?
And it slides open, and you see the pit that Tally fell down, that has the chest up in the ceiling.
Oh, good.
And he
Is-
goes, that. And he reaches like just on this side of the wall and hits a button, and the floor comes back up, and you hear like a clicking, locking sound. And he says, "Very well then," and she just floats through.
Did we ever get into that chest?
Hold on.
Yes, you opened it.
Okay.
It
Are
was
we still
utterly empty.
literally hip deep in skulls?
All of the skulls are gone, actually.
Oh. That's...
Keeper, what was up with the skulls?
He says, "Oh, an old gag that's one of the former guardians of the place put in. Harmless."
Ah, yes, a gag. Totally harmless.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Upside down chest.
I can see it.
opens.
And so he leads you back, and he leads you through the next doors into the banquet room.
I remember
While you're
thinking
in
about this
the
and
room just
collapsed.
after,
Yeah.
like where Tally still is, for example, he makes motion for you to ignore the statue that's in there. It's like, no, let us not go near this.
The statue that I had to resist
Yes.
save against. Yeah.
And he floats through here, and as he through here,
Pregnant pause.
Oh,
Oh,
glad we didn't
7
mess around in
of
this
these
one.
creatures materialize, and he comes to the head of the table and goes, "Ladies, gentlemen," and just bows very politely, and then keeps floating through. They all of them, like eyes lock with you guys, and just like heads follow as you follow him out of the room.
I'm grabbing the sun sword, but I'm not lighting it.
Okay.
Good.
He stops here for a moment and he says, "Are you aware of Castle Ravenloft by any chance?"
Oh, we've
Yeah.
been.
I've heard of it.
And he says, "This room here," and walking facing down, this would be like to your right, for example. He says, "This room to the right, there's actually a scale model of the exterior of Castle Ravenloft."
Did we go in there before?
We
You did.
Yes.
Some
Okay.
of us did.
2 of you did. Oh, speaking of the book, if you guys, whoever has it,
Which book?
I think
My
Zeb
book?
insisted on keeping it.
different book.
The book we found in the
H.
chest in there.
No, there's a book in this room to the
Oh.
right that was picked up.
The book that Zeb
Yeah,
thought maybe he could read.
Floki still has it. He hasn't read it yet.
Yeah, Floki.
Okay. Yeah, so there's that, and he keeps going. He says, so our first destination is just this way. We wish to continue to the sarcophagi, yes?
Yes.
If
We'd-
possible,
We'd like to.
it's safe from here, so I will duck off and have a conversation, and then I'll catch up.
He says, if you believe that to be wise.
Do you
Leave
guys
me to
mind
it.
waiting 5 minutes?
I think we should leave. I would like to leave now.
I'll leave. Like,
Keeper, do you mind escorting us all to the front?
I mean, it's 30 feet away from here.
He says, if that is your desire, very well.
I desire to
And he
see
be-
the 11 sarcophagi.
He says, it appears your party is split. I will take those of you that wish to go to the entrance, if that is your desire. And begins just floating further south to the doors. And into the safe where the barbarians, blood spears people, we shall call them, were staying. And he goes here and just stops and says, the entrance is just up the stairs. There will be no further guardians that direction. You should be safe, though it is rather chilly outside. I would bundle up if you have not already done so.
That seeker of knowledge is only a few feet away. If you don't mind waiting a moment, I might be able to return him to you so that he doesn't get hurt on the way to the library.
And he just kind of nods.
Okay.
Like
Gideon will just
positively.
kind of run
Okay.
off towards. It was one of the 2 side rooms right here.
Yep,
Maybe-
it was. And you don't have to walk all the way there. You can get there without it being a big deal. And
I'm just trying to move without moving.
Villainous and his familiar are like sitting a little, like they're not hiding anymore. They're sitting kind of up near the hanging like dais. And the creature is sitting up on his shoulder, and he sees you walk in, and he stands. He says, "And what news? News?
Well,
Yes.
I can't get you. I can't get you your
News.
staff. I can't get you the book, but I might have
Wait.
found something just as good.
But the deal was the staff and the book, and now you say you have neither. You have neither
Well,
of the things.
what you said you were
Therefore,
looking for was power,
yes, the book and the staff are power. Power is the staff and the book.
but there are other kinds of power and other books.
He looks at you with like the blankest stare.
There is a library here, an extremely extensive library. I can't even describe how extensive of library here, with plenty of magic in it. We spent several minutes in there and came away with many magic scrolls, and there are many more books and such there.
He
I could-
raises his eyebrow slightly, and his little familiar creature like runs across like the back of his shoulders, past his neck to his other shoulder, and like starts whispering in his ear. And he goes back, and you hear him talking, but it's like words that don't make sense. It sounds just like they're speaking gibberish.
Yeah.
Um,
Does it
they
sound like a
both-
language, or is it just gibberish? Like
it could be a language. It's
Okay.
really hard to tell, but it doesn't sound like common. It's very very harsh and like guttural. They both like stop for a moment, and they both look at you, and like stare at you for probably like an uncomfortable like 10 seconds, like complete silence, and then look back at each other and like start whispering again.
I can
And-
provide you with access to a safe escort to the library.
They
and the librarian himself.
finish their conversation,
Okay.
and he stands and he says, "We will see the library, and I will examine a few books. Perhaps then the deal may still be made. But only then,
I
not
am
before."
on my way out. So
Hmm.
to make this deal, I'm gonna need to
What-
take the necklace with me.
What proof do you have? I give you necklace and you leave, and then I have no book.
I won't be
I have
leaving
no book and
immediately.
you
I
are
will show you
gone.
to the keeper first, and as soon as you see him, you'll know. You'll believe.
But both him and his familiar look at each other. Lead.
Okay.
And
I'll
it's
lead
a
him
little
back.
too. The way he says lead is a little bit too coherent
Yes.
for how he has been.
I'm gonna
Like,
keep
it's
an eye on him as I
slightly unnerving.
lead him away.
They follow you. Whoop. Oh,
Okay.
well, that guy
I'm
does.
gonna
Whoa,
There they go. Let's
damn. It was fast.
go.
move.
Ba-ba.
They got here before I did.
And as they turn the corner and they see, Tally sitting there, perhaps in an uncomfortable silence with the keeper, and he looks at you and looks back at him, and he reaches into his robes and pulls out this like giant like V-shaped amulet and hands it to you.
Mm,
And then he just basically ignores the fact that you even existed. He says, "You are the escort, yes, for knowledge." And to which the keeper replies, "Yes." And he just says, "Take me to this knowledge." And the keeper nods to both of you and says, "I will attempt to return your friends to you shortly." And then floats away out of your line of sight. Same with Villainous.
Villainous floats away.
No, not really. So, Skirp and Floki, eventually you will see the Keeper and Villainous and his familiar walk into view. No Tally so far, or Gideon. That said, Tally.
I was gonna ask the keeper before he floated away.
Oh, that's fine.
Tell them to hurry. We will only delay for a few minutes.
And he would give kind of just like his normal like solemn nod before he floats off. Meanwhile, you guys are standing at the entrance. So that's where they'll be. Skirp and Floki.
Quick stop here. I want to catch Villainous as he goes past.
The keeper is first
Yeah,
going to. He's going to say to you, "I need to escort this scholar to the stacks, and then we will return to your place."
To the
That's what you
stacks.
say. Yes, the library.
Okay. While he does that,
Why-
I'd like to have a whispered conversation with Tally.
Are you going to the library?
He wishes to study there.
Because he wants power, doesn't he?
I believe that is the intent. Yes.
That's what he said, isn't it? Oh, Villainous. You don't have to do this. Like, there's other sources of power
Uh-oh.
than the library.
He says, "I made the deal with your friend. It was paid for." He's way, way too coherent compared to what he was previously. He says he would
Does-
deliver me a book, and now he has delivered a library. I paid, and therefore we will now go. And he just
if I-
turns and says, "Keeper."
What if I had a better source of power?
And he starts taking a few steps, further down the hall, and then you say that, and he turns. And
Does
If
he
I
see-
have a greater source of power than the library, would you agree to not go in there? To touch none of the books in the library.
what proof do you have of such power?
I'm just gonna gesture to the thing standing next to me.
Okay, that being Floki.
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon, to answer your question, he now does.
Oh shit.
You will deal with that in a moment. Continue, Skirp.
Floki, you wanna tell him about the power that you achieved without the aid of
Babe.
books?
Babe with the power.
What power?
Yeah.
Power of voodoo? Voodoo?
Hoodoo? All
I
right, we got there.
I didn't seek power. The library, in my opinion, wasn't worth it. That's why I happy leaving.
That's but without the library, he is so much more than he was when he came in. He climbed walls, and he doesn't have teeth anymore, and he has an extra eye. It's like 50% more eyes. And
He just looks like kind of aghast. He's like, this is not power. This is
it's power.
monstrosity.
Oh, but it's pretty sure it's power.
What's wrong with the side of his face?
That's just power.
I don't.
All
That's what
power
power
has
looks like.
costs.
He says, no. And then he kind of continues. He's looking, and then he's like, the staff. He says, that is my master's staff. He says, the deal was the staff and the book. You said
I
there
never
was no
agreed to be your
staff.
master. I'm not interested.
He says, give me the staff.
I don't have a staff, so I can't.
Not you, the beast behind you. He's very, getting very, very prickly. It is the master's staff. I was his apprentice. It falls to me.
I think you need to calm down a little. Keeper, can you bar people from the library? Is that a thing that you can do?
He just kind of floats, and he's like, I do not believe that this is a conflict that I should have a word in.
This guy, he's gonna destroy the books. He said it outside.
Is that true? And he's like, and Villainous is like, what? No, I said the book and the staff. There was one book.
He's gonna take it out of the library.
And that staff.
He wants to leave with it.
The keepers, no. The books cannot leave the stacks.
He said he was gonna take it. I think you should keep him out of the library.
This is true. And he starts, no, that's not true, as this, undead thing starts getting closer to him. And
Literally said that he was gonna try and steal a book.
he says, that's not true, he's lying, and he keeps taking steps backward, and at this point his familiar just disappears. He's lying, it's not true. Loki just kind of ducks down behind the wall, and he takes a few more steps back, and the keeper follows him.
He's just saying it, in your presence. He's like, the book. I'm here for the book. He said it. Right here. You heard him.
He turns around full on and looks at you, Skirp, and just you can feel this malicious stare staring down at you. He says, you've said that you would leave the books, and you have left them in a different way than they were before. but you did not take them, you did not destroy them. You have given me no reason to disbelieve you. And he turns around, and his hand starts glowing in fire, and he looks at Villainous, and Villainous is just like, no, he's lying. And he like backs up as like fast as he can and like hits the door, and he's like, no, and he like goes down and like reaches for the handle on it and tears it open and runs in here and closes the door behind him. And then you guys just hear screaming.
Jesus.
Scarp, what the fuck?
The keeper goes up to the door, cracks it open, peers in, just kind of like nods his head, and then floats back down, and he says, "The sarcophagi then."
Okay. In the meantime, Gideon and Tally are having a whispered conversation. Let us know when the screams cut in.
The screams cut in like maybe like a minute and a half after the keeper and Villainous disappear around the corner.
Holy shit.
I don't feel right leaving Skirp alone with Floki and that ticking time bomb guy.
By
I
the
don't
way-
feel... Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say, like, as you, like, while we were parting ways, I just wanted to have expressed that I didn't feel comfortable leaving Floki alone in here, so I
Yeah,
don't
I was
fully
actually
approve of what
curious-
he's doing, but I can't let him go off alone in here.
We could almost certainly catch up and stick together and keep them from getting into too much trouble.
She-nan.
But
Here's the thing.
if you strongly prefer, I'll leave. But I don't feel right leaving Skirp in this kind of
We-
situation.
We have a problem. A problem that has a thirst that cannot be quenched, and a plague it cannot control. Like, what are we to do with Floki? We can't go back to any civilization. That'd be so reckless. And so many people could possibly die because somebody touches him. Right?
Possibly,
And we
but
don't know what other horrors are left in this place.
think about this. He went downstairs. There were 2 other sarcophagi there that I didn't touch, and he doesn't look any different. So what changes did they wrought on him?
We don't know. But I can't imagine, given what we've heard from the keeper, that they're going to be of much good for us or for anybody else. And so we leave them the choice themselves to join us and leave this place, or risk seeking that power again. And if they, I don't know why Skirp decided to hang back, but look, this sucks.
Yeah.
There's not a good
I'm
answer to
gonna
this.
leave it up to you, but I would prefer to stick together just to keep them safe if we can.
But keeping them safe will risk everybody else.
Getting
We don't.
shrugs.
Who knows what could happen next, right?
Screams cut in.
Perfect.
That's actually a good place
And
for screams to cut in.
That was good. I like.
And these screams just start echoing throughout the hall and bouncing off. I mean, this place is all like these amber stone walls, so it carries. And
Gideon
it is
takes 2 steps and then stops and turns back, like waiting. Are we going or not?
Tally, I roll my eyes and I say, Saloon, help us and start chasing after you, and let's go get them.
Okay.
all right. So that won't take long, and effectively, you guys will be coming around the corner about the time that the 3 of them like go through the doorway to start heading down the stairs.
Okay.
So you'll just see like whoever's in the back, probably or you don't know that yet. Probably the keeper,
Oh,
because he's floating kind of in the back like as a chaperone, and so you just see like the tail of his robes go into the door that leads to the west. So you guys can follow that direction.
Okay.
Which door was it? Sorry.
If
We'll
you
just
go,
start following. Yeah.
yeah, I'll just bring you guys up to.
Cool. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, there. Nope, no big deal. And now I gotta go figure out tokens on the other map. Give me
I'm lagging a little behind everyone, kind of in a bit of a daze, trying to figure out what I just did.
You monster.
Just didn't want him to go to the library. I thought the keeper was going to ban him from the library.
All right, I'm stacking all your tokens for easy,
Okay.
so don't worry about it. Well, technically, nobody did anything. I mean,
Like,
What? So we're gonna. Let me know when we catch up.
okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
I corralled him off a cliff. Like, I didn't throw him, but
words are dangerous.
You didn't even have those written down.
words are. I was gonna say those are powerful. Like,
All right, you guys are officially caught up as you're heading down the stairs.
but they weren't corrupt. They were just irresponsibly used.
We
Alright.
heard screaming.
Ping
What
is there.
happened? Where?
Yeah. What the hell happened?
He, villainous.
He ran ahead of the keeper into the room with the friendly ghosts, and villain and the keeper wasn't there to protect him. He was too eager.
Insight check.
Do it. Roll it.
Roll a guilt check.
Critical fail.
Ooh.
That's you get the gist. That's what happened, but he's not being untruthful with you.
Catch like a knowing nod that he throws at me.
It's time for us to leave.
The keeper just floats up ever so slightly and says, "The next bank of sarcophagi are just there." And he kind of points ahead,
can't-
and there's a door just off in the distance.
I
I can't
appreciate
leave.
it,
It's
Keeper.
safe to
We have had our
approach.
fill. We are done. We need to leave.
I can't leave Floki alone in here. That's
We can't leave Floki alone anywhere.
Oh, sorry, cat. You gotta go.
We bring him anywhere. Who knows what could happen? He touches a single person in a single town, and a plague ripples across these lands.
Don't I have the power to choose to infect? I don't just infect people. I've healed you guys since hand. I don't see why else.
You know that, but Tally wouldn't have an inclination on what that means. Just when you guys were all standing in the room together when the
Right,
keeper was
but
describing
that's what
your powers do.
I'm stating. I've healed you since I've
Yeah.
had this stench. I don't give you a disease. It's my choice to spread this disease. I don't see why it's a fear all of a sudden. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing to harm you.
But what control do you have of this disease? What do you know of this disease? Who's to
The
say when you use
control
it
is
once
to-
it doesn't cause calamity? And what more powers are we seeking? We don't need a plague. We have no need of it. For the things we fight are already dead, already diseased. I want to leave. I want to leave Barovia.
As do
I want
I.
to get the fuck out of here.
me too.
I agree.
And I don't think a plague is going to help us. And I
don't
don't
think
think the
it's
power
going to
of
hurt
dark
us.
gods are going to help us either.
We each have our gods and our choices of powers. I'm not
The
stopping
keeper
you from
chimes
leaving.
in for after Tally says dark gods, and they're not gods per se. They are powers, and they are admittedly dark. Though they are not gods, that is an important distinction. And
Do
after that, he just kind of goes silent again. No, like he doesn't. It was just stated like somebody just dropping like a fact they read out of a dictionary or something. Not not
like a
any kind of like
Pokédex?
side of not any kind of like side of the argument is like a point of
Right.
clarification.
I say so. Is it safe for me to go and to investigate the sarcophagus then, with your presence this close?
He says, yes, though you will not be able to pass the room. And he floats over and goes, Thangob. And you hear a click and the door swings open on its own.
Okay. And then I'll go in, I guess, after that if it's safe.
All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna stay at the stairs.
Start left and work my way
Gideon's
right.
trying to stay like near Skirp. He's
All right.
measuring whether or not he thinks he could pick him up and just carry him out of here.
There are 3 sarcophagi to the west, south, and east, as usual. This
Mhm.
configuration.
We'll start left and just go left, south, right.
All right. The first you touch identifies itself as Norganas, the Finger of Oblivion. It goes on to describe that it controls Oblivion itself and the ability to cast that upon others.
It doesn't. I asked for the translation from the Deltor. Or is he
He
not?
floats in.
Or is he not? Yeah.
He's outside, so you'd have to actually call him in.
Okay.
He's waiting in the hallway.
I see. Do you mind translating?
Calls in and says, Norgana allows you to effectively destroy the target of the power.
What?
Destroy the target of power.
Destroy the target of this power. So, like, if you were to target something with a power, it would just destroy them.
Like Strahd.
He laughs this kind of like creepy chuckle grin. He says, I very much doubt that, though I suppose anything is possible.
I accept.
Okay. You have the gift of Norganas, the Finger of Oblivion. I'll write out the spelling for it later.
Mm-hmm.
Next will be the Southern. It identifies itself as Vound the Evasive.
Mm-hmm.
Vound describes its gift.
What's accepting this power do to me?
Which the most recent one?
Yep.
You don't know.
Okay. No changes. The notice. So that's fine.
Yes. The next sarcophagus, Vound, actually won't give you a straight answer about what exactly its gift does.
What's the wording of when I touch it?
The wording is specifically that you will be very difficult. It'll be very difficult for others to deal with you.
I believe that already to be true. I'll pass.
Okay. The next sarcophagus identifies itself as Sariok, the Hellhound Whisperer. It says, my power shall be yours, and says no more.
I will agree.
Okay. Let me see. You walk out and Villainous says something to you. Everybody else in earshot can't understand it. You
Wait,
understand.
Who says something
Villainous?
Or not Villainous, sorry, the Keeper.
to me?
Says, you understand this tongue now, yes?
I know.
Everybody else can't hear that. Or you hear it, it just sounds like this really gross. Actually, Gideon, it sounds exactly like how Villainous was talking to his familiar.
Oh.
You only nod.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Nothing happens as far as you're concerned.
Physical changes.
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
All right. The Keeper points the way north.
As long as he's staying with me, so I don't get attacked. I go north.
Yeah. He actually stops, and there are between 2 doors, one of which is already open.
Okay.
By the way, I've put on that necklace.
Okay, I will tell you
Just
about
for
it.
fun.
Well, I'll tell you about it after you have a short rest.
Oh God, it's probably cursed. I shouldn't have done that. I just wanted to show off my 2,000 gold necklace.
There is
Bling
a
bling.
room just north that
Mhm.
the door is cracked open, and you can just make out the fact that there's a sarcophagi inside.
Right. With my dark vision, can I not see the tokens or no?
Yeah, you could where you're standing.
Okay. So I ask the skeleton, is it safe to enter?
And he just nods at you.
Nods yes.
Yeah.
I will enter.
And there are 4 spindly-looking like creatures that are standing, kind of like hunched over, giant eyes, like a cyclops, and very, very toothy. And they just look at you and watch you as you go in. There are 2 sarcophagi in this room. It appears there was a third, but only shards of amber are where it once was.
All right. I try not to disturb my one-eyed friends, and if I have to climb around the wall, I will
Okay.
touch the.
They just watch you as you go and touch them. The one to the west, well, I guess you're on east first, identifies itself as Kirad, the Star of Secrets. It says to accept my gift, and you will know what you wish to know.
Okay, I'll accept that one.
Okay. Is there any?
Physical changes.
Not yet.
Okay, I still investigate this area.
There are shards of amber.
Yep.
Just all over. This one identifies itself as Delbun, the Star of Ice and Hate.
Ooh.
Accept my gift, and mastery of cold is yours.
So while he's doing all that,
Mm-hmm.
I'd kind of like to poke my head into the rooms nearby, assuming he's in equal proximity as he is to that room.
He is.
Like, is this a door here?
It is.
Okay, then I'd like to check it and see what's in there.
Okay.
I asked
It is
Skeleton for a translation on this one too.
sarcophagi room.
Oh,
Oh, not that. Wrong
not
layer.
interested.
Whoop. As you open the door, this toad-looking thing with massive teeth and a long tongue just like drops down from the ceiling and starts like hissing and screaming at you and like starts mock charging. And then it sees the keeper and it just stops and just like slowly backs up,
That's not a good sign.
but still like glares at you through its like
Okay, I will
over its like
slowly
weird toady
shut
eyes.
the door again.
Have I ever seen that thing?
I don't know. Are you with
Heard
us?
stories of it?
Are you following the party?
Hang on. I might have gone as far as like this. You guys went north?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're up
Yeah.
here.
There that was
Okay,
in a
so I
side
got-
room though. You'd have to actually be.
No, I don't see it. I don't see it then. I kind of tag along like a little bit, but I don't want to leave. I'm now stuck in the middle.
Also the wrong roll to determine what that was.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I just couldn't unclick that die, so it just dropped. Anyway, go on.
The keeper tells you that Delban is exactly as it sounds. You will likely have the ability to cast some sort of cold-based abilities.
Okay, I'll accept.
He says, as with most of these abilities, they tend to be limited in their usage. Kirad grants you the ability to seek out distant things and know what they are currently up to.
Okay. Oh, I just wanted the translation on the mastery of the cold one. I'm sorry, I was
Oh, okay.
accepted the other one blindly.
Fair enough.
The mastery cold I'll accept then and move on. I guess back up to the room.
Okay. So only accepting the cold one, or are you accepting
No.
both?
Both. I took both those.
Got it.
Any physical changes?
No. Gideon, question for you. Do you have your
Yes, sir.
torch out?
I I've been assuming I'm still toting around one of the floating lamps
That'll work.
that I was experimenting with.
I can work with that. So Floki, you walk out and you see Gideon here with this floating thing that appears to have fire inside of it, and you don't know. Just know you're not going anywhere near that thing ever. Like
Okay.
ever. You're terrified of the flame.
Okay.
That is no flaw. Fire terrifies me.
Oh,
Fire
great.
terrifies me. Okay. Adding to sheet now.
Has he gained any fire powers yet?
Not that I recall, but one of
Okay.
his favorite spells is Sacred Flame.
I know. Oh, jeez.
Okay. Next room.
All right. It is the room there, and this weird toad-like creature still stands there menacingly, but otherwise does not attack.
Okay. South.
Oh my god. Where are we? That is a very gross creature. Let's not worry about it. The northern one identifies itself as Irga, the Eye of Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
It says
They have a little
nothing.
says nothing. Okay. I mean, I asked for a translation, or if the skeleton knows anything.
He nods his head. He says, Igir is unknowing. Only one that accepts the gift will know the power.
Oh,
But its power.
He says,
Have you known
And he just
anybody
kind
to
of like-
accept this?
he just kind of nods and shrugs.
Like he doesn't know.
hmm
Next.
We will call that West. This, you hear this voice that sounds very like full of itself and like bravado, and it identifies itself as Great Tar Hawk, the five-headed destroyer.
Oh my god, you're gonna have 5 heads? Please.
And what does the five-headed destroyer
The
offer?
Great Tar
15
Hawk
eyes.
says that you are puny and you will never be as great.
As great, and you broke up for me. Was it just me?
nope.
Did we lose Beth? I think we lost
Yes.
Beth. His headset died?
Damn it.
He's
Oh,
back.
you're back.
I cut out, didn't I?
You did?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like just came back.
Hello?
Great Tar
I'm
Hawk,
back.
and you'll never be as great as
Great.
Oh, when Beth lost.
Marco.
in-game. There he is.
Oh,
Polo.
you can't hear
Polo.
us.
Hello.
Frack.
Now we get to hear what he says when he.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear
Hello?
me?
there we go. Okay, I cut out. Dude, Greg, seriously?
yeah.
Almost the exact same time
What?
as when
What?
we were playing Civ. And I dropped.
Like as in like time of day?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah. Interesting.
Like
something
two
with your
freaking teeth.
router. Or...
It's weird, and like nobody, like I'm the only one home, so like nobody else taking up bandwidth or anything.
I think
Your neighbor
Discord
kicked
has-
in his torrents?
Yeah, maybe.
I've been having
So-
some trouble with Discord lately too. I think it's a little shaky.
Freaking weird. So going back to it, Great Tar Hawk goes on at length about basically how you were weaker than him, and no matter you taking his gift or not, you will still continue to be weaker than him.
No, you'll never be as great as him. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah,
But he's not offering
Okay.
anything to it to remedy.
he's offering his gift, but even if you take it, you will not be as great as Great Tar Hawk.
What's his gift? Does he even refer to it?
It is Great Tar Hawk's gift.
I don't need arrogance. It doesn't sound like power to me, so I move on.
Plus, he literally said you wouldn't be as powerful as him.
What's his name?
Right.
Tarhawk?
Great
Yeah.
Tar Hawk.
I mean, at any
Great.
point,
We got the great-
Tar Hawk,
Great.
the
And-
five-headed
it-
destroyer.
at any point, Pef, if you feel that my flaw would do something different, let me know. But I'm doing the best I
Mhm.
can to follow how
No,
I
you're fine.
interpret what you're saying.
The interpretations are the interpretations, so it's
Mhm.
your flaw. All right, Southern Sarcophagus. This voice, if possible, sounds more full of bravado. You found the bro room. Let's put it that way. This is the brodeo in here.
Okay.
Bro.
It is super egotistical, and it introduces himself as Yogg the Invincible.
Look, a host. Welcome to chat, everyone.
Uh-huh.
Yogg the Invincible is invincible.
Is that what he's offering me?
He says, no, Yogg the Invincible is invincible. You are not.
Right. What is Yogg the Invincible?
Yogg
have
the
to
Invincible
offer?
will give you his gift. But Yogg the Invincible is invincible.
And is Yogg's gift invincibility?
No, that is Yogg's gift, not Yogg's gift.
I asked for translation from the skeleton.
He looks at you and says deadpan, it's Yogg's gift.
I feel like the skeleton's getting less helpful, guys. We're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm not sensing I'm sensing being a sea turtle from this room, but no actual powers. So I'm moving forward.
You hear like two shouts from the room as you go, and it's Great Tarahawk and Yogg the Invincible both going, pussy! No, not really. I'm joking.
Okay,
Sorry, I was just trying to play up the bro angle.
that's fine.
All right, onward. So everybody is up to speed. I am just going to gather the party and drag you all to the next room.
Okay.
Your
if-
character doesn't actually have to be there if you don't want him to be.
As we pass doors, as long as the floaty skeleton is near me, I'd like to look inside just to see if there's anything interesting.
Okay. The two doors next to you before I move everybody.
Okay.
One, this room, once a bedchamber, is littered with broken furnishings. Scattered about the room are remains of a bed, a wardrobe, 2 trunks, 3 tall candlesticks, a desk, bookshelf, and several chairs. There are torn up books, old quill pens, tattered clothing. It looks like a bedroom that somebody just trashed the ever-living crap out of.
Is there anything shiny, just like immediately sticking out? Like something
There's
that I would
not.
say, "Ooh, that might be valuable." Okay, then I don't have time to stop.
But like right as you're closing the door, like a chair lifts up and smashes against the wall right next to it.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't go in there.
The other room that is on that wall, the furnishings of this ancient, colorless wood have collapsed under their own weight and now lie covered in cobwebs and dust. It's literally just another bedroom that's full of
Okay.
nothing.
Then I'm not worried about it.
Okay. Gathering the party so that we can venture forth.
Just feel like I would really regret it if I didn't at least look.
Whoa.
Okay. Sorry, dragging you guys over here. If you
Could
can
you
see
ping
that.
us over there because I can't.
Yep. Sorry. I have cat in one hand and book in the other.
Watch out.
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. There are 2 rooms here. The top one is the one nearest the collapse, which I will read first.
Okay.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay. The furnishings of this bare stone room have succumbed to decrepitude, which I didn't know was a word.
What kind of rock is that?
A lobster.
Bearstone?
Standing in the center of the room, its head vaguely scraping the 10-foot-high ceiling is a vaguely man-shaped construct made of dark wood and riveted iron. Its helmed head stares blindly in your direction. Cobwebs stretch from this terrible artifice to wrecked furniture in the room. Gideon, specifically, as you walk in, it locks eyes with you, and the amulet on your neck starts to vibrate.
No!
Uh-oh.
Get
Uh-oh.
out! I'm so
Uh-oh.
mad right now.
Join the club, man.
It's been... When did I start playing D&D? It is... I don't know why I looked at the clock.
Can I see the
Skirp
creature?
understands my reaction. Go ahead.
I don't think I understand what's going on, but
I know, it's fine.
Like 20 years
I will
ago.
back away a couple steps.
Okay. It takes us half step forward and then stops.
And do its eyes still keep looking at me?
Yep, it does.
So bad.
What is everybody reacting to? I don't get it.
I know, and it's even better.
I'll let it play because
Okay.
Yeah, let it ride, man.
Keeper, can you explain what is this thing?
This page. This is on a page. Is what that
I
is.
don't understand.
He looks at you and he says, "The necklace upon your neck. Where did you get it?"
I made a deal with somebody who had more thirst for power than sense. I guess. He kind of
Exactly.
glances up.
He says,
Sorry. Or
he just says, "Well said," and moves on.
Okay.
These things are not actually here.
more appropriately.
Yep, even better.
Yeah,
When I
that's-
keep moving away from the room, does it keep moving? You said it took a half step forward, which I assume is much larger than my steps back.
It is.
Or-
For the moment, nothing. It hasn't moved after that.
Okay.
Blueberry, hush.
Okay, we're gonna come back here and take it and investigate this room.
Oh, wrong book. Back to this book. Sorry, cats are fighting for lap, and it's making life hard.
I want to get a look at it, so I'm gonna move my character.
The next room, which is the one just south of it, is a white marble bed stands in the center of this bare stone room. Its mattress long since rotted away. Golden hawks perch atop the bed's corner posts. The rooms, God damn it, Craig. The
That's
rooms
not me.
remain-
That's 10.
no. Remaining furnishings have been reduced to dust-covered heaps. Cobwebs and arcane sigils are carved into the walls. Hush, my child.
And this is this room.
Yes.
Just moving my character in just to see. With all the like crushed stuff in there. Okay.
That's all that is.
I don't make any of that out. Like it's just gibberish. So.
'Kay.
I'm getting used to gibberish in this place.
Yeah, basically there's nothing in there that's worth anything. Next is the next room on that wall. Southeastern is the keeper moves up to it and says Mavris, and you hear this cat meow for some reason, and then the door opens.
It's Loki.
What is this,
excited.
blood sport?
Yeah, apparently.
Is it safe? I ask before I enter.
He says, as safe as any place within the temple.
In your presence.
And he just nods.
Okay. We'll start north.
Is down here another sarcophagi room?
It is.
Then
And
just
he will
back away
actually
as soon as I
approach
look.
it and speak the
Oh,
incantation to open it as well. And this room has 3 amber. I'm doing the southern one first. Sorry, 3 amber sarcophagi. In addition, there is a hole that leads in the ceiling straight up.
oh, we've been there before.
Indeed.
That's the
All
one
right.
that had the plague.
Correct. All right. This wall is as the others. Has a blue marble floor and 3 amber sarcophagi standing in alcoves. The northern sarcophagus identifies himself as Savnak the Inscrutable.
In his spiel.
No, actually, you forgot what he just said.
I'll try to listen
Moving on.
again.
Okay. He says, I am Savnak the Inscrutable. And then you forget what he said.
I like it. It's gonna loop
I
forever.
asked the skeleton if there's something wrong with this amber thing.
He looks at you and he says, I don't know, let me. And he floats over. And he says, perhaps the vestige has left this one. He just kind of shrugs at you. He says, "I didn't hear anything."
I should go to this one.
Savnok, the troll.
All right. This one says, "I am Tarchimedes, the grave worm," and you hear and feel like the beating of great wings around you.
Sick.
I
I give you the power of the grave worm.
accept.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Ah,
Too many powers. You're gonna explode like that guy on
Okay.
Heroes.
Make a Charisma saving throw.
This one he'll be better at because
Probably.
he got all that charisma.
See how these dice roll out. I actually get to roll dice tonight. Yay!
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Okay, both of those things. Apparently, this was finally just enough to fracture your mind.
Oh,
In addition to your body,
Mm-hmm.
you take 34 points of damage as part of your back explodes and you sprout bone wings.
Okay, that will drop me to 0.
You're also extremely hungry as you pass out.
Okay. Technically, I could be forced to make leave now because I'm passed out.
All right. Assuming you guys are hanging out, I don't know. Gideon, are you actually like sitting in the doorway looking in?
I'm sitting like all I can see in that room is a bit of the sarcophagus using my character line of
Okay.
sight. I don't think I can even see Zeb.
An uncomfortable amount of time passes, and unless somebody goes and checks on him, Floki doesn't come out.
I'm paying pretty close attention to this whole thing, so like, especially maybe I heard him slump.
What's your passive?
Passive is pretty middling. It is perception.
Gideon, what's your
10.
passive for that?
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna say you don't.
Okay.
Gideon,
Oh, I'm sorry.
passive
touched my-
perception.
So I gotta click things and click things.
Tally, you two.
14 passive.
17.
Okay. Tally will for sure hear kind of like a quick moan of agony. Yeah, Gideon, you can hear it too. You're close enough.
Okay. I'm gonna peek.
Okay. The keeper stays passive. You peek through the door and you see that Floki has collapsed, just in a pile on the floor. In addition, it looks like there might be something like he got stabbed in the back by something, or got shot with a giant bone arrow or something. It was kind of odd.
I thought you said this place was safe.
Says there are no creatures or guardians here.
Guys, Floki's wounded, it looks like.
You are down to, how far are you down from the 34?
That would. I mean, I just put myself to 0, but I was at 29.
Yeah, you don't
Okay,
go to
so
negative.
you're in.
I was at 27. So
Make your first death saving throw,
Oh shit.
sweet.
whilst we wait for someone to intervene.
No
Alright.
problem.
Skirp, go in there and carry him out.
Okay, fail.
I am, after I get word that he's bleeding and unconscious, or if I don't get that explicit word, when he says go and carry him out, I walk forward and
Remember, these are when you're doing death saving throws, it's like combat round, so it's 6
Every
seconds.
6 seconds.
so in theory the turn order goes
I have no ability to help him. I
Skirp,
don't
carry
have
him
any
out.
divine
Death
power.
saving throw. Skirp
Tick.
walks forward,
Tick.
opens the door, sees him on the ground. And from here, I only have one source of healing left, and so I'm going to burn that, which is I'm going to use my newly acquired healing word spell.
You have
Okay.
a healing
Ooh.
word spell?
He has one healing word. It's one of his bonus spells from his
Nice.
what's its oath.
Hmm.
I love
fancy.
those. You should send me this oath sometime if it's custom.
Well, I will.
Yeah, we need to type it up.
Yeah, type it
I
up. I've got it.
would love
I've
that.
got a soft version of the type in my character bio, like it's at the very bottom, just for note's sake.
I'm sorry.
Because
but
it
it's just-
amuses me. Floki, second death saving throw.
Floki is sitting here dying, and we're talking over.
Exactly.
I used healing word, and I didn't roll
I know,
for it.
but I wanted the drama, so he rolled the second one.
For
Um,
gigs.
Read that one.
All right, roll the hit points for it. Floki, you come up to.
What is it?
I
Two D
thought you had
four.
to make 3 death saves to stabilize.
It's 1d4.
Well,
unless
then
you're
2
doing a
then.
higher level
Oh,
spell slot,
okay. I thought it was.
Just the first one then. 2.
All right,
plus your spellcasting modifier.
I see.
so
So
7.
how much?
I get
plus 4 plus 5.
So 7.
yeah, totally one of those numbers.
Wait, what's your charisma?
You get 4 hit points.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
You are the worst paladin.
Goblins get a penalty to charisma.
You're the worst paladin we've ever heard of. But
I
we've
know.
heard of
I
you.
know where you can get a bonus to your charisma.
Yeah.
Sir.
That would be
That's-
really useful.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Doesn't actually
worth
know it's a bonus to charisma. He just knows that it's
Worth it. I'm the
Right.
most charismatic goblin that has ever lived.
You're
That's
probably right.
yeah. I'll let that ride.
I will drink
Thank
to
you.
that.
Thank you.
All right.
Besides, I just talked a guy to death. That's charisma.
You didn't even have to make a persuasion roll.
Charisma.
Oh my god.
Nailed it.
That was
So-
cruel, by the way. Anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say lawful might not be, and or good might not be.
I stand by out of character lawful good on that because he had zero intention of killing that guy. That guy is like, I'm gonna react to this by running into the pile of ghosts. Not my fault. Like,
I don't think accidents constituted an alignment shift. Oh, speaking of alignment shifts,
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Skirp, you're evil.
that charisma save, you did not pass it.
No, I did not.
What's your current
shit.
alignment? Seb?
I'm looking.
Yeah.
I didn't write one down, so I'd be chaotic neutral. That's my default.
Okay. All right. We are going to shift you to neutral evil then.
That force retire.
No.
Okay.
But we'll probably talk about things.
I mean, wasn't he
Um,
already?
You mean he wasn't? Wait, they look like monsters to you? No. Floki, you are suddenly conscious and aware that you're on the floor and your back hurts a lot. You're also very, very hungry. Very, very hungry.
Does the hunger override the desire for power?
What would this be for you to feel this? Make a wisdom check.
Swear to God, if you explode yourself again.
You're
Not a
pretty
healing.
you're fairly certain that if you don't satisfy this craving, you're going to die.
Okay, so yes, thankfully this would reduce
Like
that.
it feels like you haven't eaten in weeks.
Okay, then I will. Ow, and back for food, I guess. As soon as I come
Okay.
up.
Yeah. That said, there's still one more sarcophagus in this room.
Apropos of somebody nearly dying and then have bone wings sprout out of their back when we turn
Ah.
away. Floki, what the shit's going on in here?
Thank you for that.
The Grey Worm offered me his boon, and apparently it's extreme
And
hunger.
is Boone like freaking
and
killing
wings.
you?
That was
That doesn't really seem like a gift.
That was that it hurt for them to grow. Look, they're like attached, and it hurt a lot.
I mean, that makes sense.
I-
Where did those bones come from?
I don't know.
Do you think he's got like really brittle bones now? Like
Like arthritis?
Yeah.
I'd punch him in the arm, but I can't fix him if he dies.
I will like go through my pack and lean up against the other sarcophagus while eating.
Okay. It makes it worse when you try eating.
It makes it really?
Yeah, like you feel like you're gonna throw up, like eating like trail rations and stuff. It's not whatever you're craving. It's not this.
Oh
Human
god,
flesh.
he's craving human flesh.
Oh yes.
If he's evil and craving human flesh, man, I don't even think we could say half a step away from becoming just a villain.
All right. The next sarcophagus, a very, very seductive female voice, introduces herself as Shami Amore, the Lady of Delights.
Lights like food.
Delights. And you feel like this, not feel, but smell like this perfume that like almost overwhelms you, but you can't get enough of it. And you hear her whisper, like she's standing next to you, like just behind you into your ear, and she says, if you take my gift, well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? But I
Does
bet you
the
will.
smell subside the hunger at all?
Nope.
So, I'll have to roll cat's curiosity on that one. But at this point, I think he would skip it because of hunger. Let's say yes and want food, I guess. I think that's the only dice I get to roll high every time. It's very annoying.
Okay. So you're saying
But-
yes?
He'll accept that one.
Okay. You're overcome, but not more so than the food. With the need for like pleasure. You're like, man, I could like not just like physical pleasure, but like tactile, like
I'm an
ocular,
X.
visual. Like you want to
Oh,
see your hedonism bot.
Okay.
You gain the following flaw. I can't get enough pleasure. I desire others to create beauty for me at all times.
Oh, great. Great.
Okay.
Okay.
I need food. I'm hungry. I ask.
Are
if
you
anybody has-
emerging from your room?
Yes. And I ask if anybody has anything better than trail rations.
All right. Everybody who, excuse me, has not seen him yet, Floki comes out of the room sporting a wicked set of bone wings. How do you react?
Oh my god.
4 steps back.
One step
Okay.
forward.
As Gideon takes steps backward in revulsion,
Bad
the
ass.
the wall to the room in the north bursts open,
Oh my god. What's
and
happening?
this
Oh no.
this giant golem comes screaming down, and so Gideon, I'll say you take 4 steps back. It interposes itself between you and Floki,
I get the fuck out the way.
and just stands there, like looking down menacingly as it brings up like both of its hands, like it's gonna smash Floki.
Damn
I
it,
don't
damn it.
want it to smash Floki. But
As you think that, it stands up straight and lowers its arms.
oh god.
If you haven't seen this movie, Killed It, I'm ashamed of you.
I think I understand now why you guys were so.
Superman.
Oh god. What did I do? It was just an expensive necklace. I wanted to wear it.
You have an Iron Giant. This is sick.
I'm with Eagle on this one. Now make out.
No keys.
Okay. Well, how's everybody else reacting to Floki while I think about this?
I was gonna go like touch the wings, but then the giant robot came smashing through a wall, and now I'm like cowering against the wall.
I asked the skeleton if he has something that would state my hunger.
As you begin to talk to him and you like talk about hunger, he looks good. Like he looks real good. Like you probably take a bite out of that. Like
You have hunger for bones?
like insatiably, like you just want to like get a little bit closer, maybe get a sniff, smell, see how the bones smell.
Can I resist this urge at all? What do I have to roll for that?
Right now, no.
No, I can't resist it.
Correct.
Oh, well, I guess I'm getting closer, and I'm gonna go to this square because the giant wanted to squish me, and I guess I will.
Hey, Kill, can you control that token now?
Hold on, I'm trying to find. Wow. Oh, hey, it has a name. Yes, I can.
Okay, congratulations. You get close and it smells like a roast. The keeper. It smells like the most delectable, delicious roast you've ever smelled in your life. He probably wouldn't mind. I mean, he's cool. He's been helping you guys out, and you just want a little bite. It's no big deal, right? What's a nibble between friends?
I mean, if I can't resist, obviously I'm gonna have to take a bite. If there's nothing I can roll to stop myself on that one.
Do any of us see this?
Yeah, you guys are just like watching him like get a little like closer and closer to the keeper, and like kind of like slavering a little bit. It's almost a little bit disturbing, especially considering like half his face doesn't work, and he's got.
And I have no
bones and
teeth.
he has no teeth. Like he's
Oh my god, he's got
kind of just he's like drooling, like gumming, like at this guy, and the keeper like whites when you get like uncomfortably close. Like he likes to follow you guys. He notices that something's wrong, and he takes a step back.
I assume I have to follow, right?
You would very much like to, yes.
I mean, until you allow me to resist the surge, I don't see why I'm not following.
And he takes another step back.
Loki, what are you doing?
I'm hungry, and he smells good.
That doesn't.
I'm going to ask again. What are you doing?
I'm hungry, and he smells good.
Like, when you say he smells good, like, you want to eat him?
Just a nibble, just a little bit to get me by.
No. We need him.
I'm pretty sure that's up to him, and I don't think he'd like that.
He's like, I believe you are to stay here at the temple is over if you'll follow me out.
I'm following him.
While we're walking, I'm gonna dig in my bag for the skeletal arm that I have in there.
Okay.
Does this smell good?
It's like buffalo wings, man. Like you're like, yeah. I want.
Absolutely.
You can have this. I'm fine with that.
Can I stop chasing the lich around and be content with this skeleton arm?
Yeah, for the moment, like you start gnawing on this thing, and like you feel that the hunger start to subside.
Wait,
thank
so
you, Skirp.
how is he eating? What? He has no teeth. He has no.
Yeah, how am I eating it?
He's sucking on it.
So far, you're not. You're not actually consuming it. Like you're like gnawing on it, but like nothing's breaking, and like you're feeling.
So basically,
like
I put a phalange in my mouth like a jawbreaker.
A little bit, and you're trying to break it, and it's not getting anywhere. And while you're giving your new flaw about pleasure what it needs, the hunger part of it is actually like maybe equalizing, but definitely not going away. Like it's still there. Like you want to swallow this and like consume it, and the frustration that is building in you is almost as overwhelming as the need to like eat this thing.
Okay. I don't. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So you continue to gnaw on it, and the party moves to the
inventory.
To the exit.
And 0.
Does the guardian just like come with me?
Yeah, as soon as it depends. You move away, and he stays where he is.
Okay.
You get out of line of sight, and he still hasn't followed you.
What if I think to him to follow me?
You hear
Like how I thought, don't kill Floki.
you hear boom, 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 boom. Get closer, and then this thing walks around the corner.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw my sword
I think
and
he's with me.
interpose myself. Oh,
I think.
okay,
He's trying to protect me from Floki.
that makes sense. Okay,
And so the keeper leads you guys around the corner, up the stairs,
Oh, jeez.
Oh
And
man, there's two of us.
to
It's a
the
shining.
entrance. Oh God. Whoop. Okay.
It's a time
Problem
loop,
solved.
and we're leaving just as they're heading downstairs.
Yep. He leaves you here, and he says,
All work and no play.
"Yes, no." He says that you are welcome here, whenever you so desire knowledge. He says, but do be careful, for while knowledge is power, it is also very dangerous power.
What if I desire a
Hey.
taste?
He looks at you and moves away. He says, yes, I think that shall be enough. I will return to my library. And thank you for the conversation. I found it to be quite stimulating. I have not felt this great in many, many centuries.
you remember your name yet?
He starts moving towards the doors here, and he opens them and looks back. He's like, yes, it is Exanter, and I thank you very much for helping me to remember it. And then disappears and closes the door behind him.
Guys, I think we just did something very bad.
We should ask people about Exantir.
I think we've done many things very badly.
I don't
just
know.
For safety's sake, I'm gonna keep the guardian between me and Floki, a casual way.
And I
Just
think,
casually.
given that, Floki has gotten a whole bunch of vestiges, and Gideon got a shield guardian, and you have given a lich its name back, that we will call that a night.
Okay.
Incredible, so good.
How?
I want to start. Let me throw this in there. I started playing D&D when I was in like 6th grade. So what does that make me, like 11? Something like that? 12?
Mhm.
Something?
Right.
So almost 20 years. And one of the first things I ever saw in the monster manual in 3rd edition was this badass picture, the second one in there, of a wizard standing next to a shield guardian. It's a thing that you just have to build and enchant, and it takes like months and like 100,000 gold, and like
It's a lot.
it's
just
so much, and it's
just the
coolest
amulet
shit.
crafting cost.
And
So-
like 3 or 4 times I've tried to start a wizard that would go in that direction, and the campaign falls apart before I get there. Oh,
Okay.
so good.
As a player,
So jealous.
I cannot impress upon you how incredibly powerful and rare and magnificent this is as a magic item.
Okay.
Like
Color me jelly.
it's something that not like many people get, like even like straight up pure wizards. And
Okay.
honestly, when all of this was happening, I was like, oh yeah, he got the shield guardian amulet, and they aren't going anywhere near that room, they'll never see it. Do. And then you got there, and then like all of a sudden like everything clicked, and I'm like, oh god damn it.
He's got a shield guardian.
But the way it happened so organically, I'm not even mad. That's just cool.
We should have stayed behind, Tally.
I know.
Actually, I
saying.
guess he would have been fine. Would have been fine. Yeah, I'm worried here that Floki's going down a path we cannot follow.
Oh, dude, I was hoping we'd get like 5 minutes outside the temple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before we end. Because I think Tally has a warning to deliver.
You can still deliver your warning.
Alright.
Like we can say that we're 5 minutes in the future, because at this point you guys are literally just leaving the Amber Temple. So
Shit.
So, I think I would ask Floki. So has this power been worth it? Everything that you've given up?
Yeah.
What exactly have you sacrificed? Do you know?
I'm a little stinky. I like bones. You can see the results.
What did you want to do when you came here?
Help skirt.
Before that,
Leave.
and do you still want to?
Yes.
Do you have anything to leave to go to anymore?
Why wouldn't I?
I mean, look at you.
Why people aren't as judgy as humans?
Well, I'll find that hard to believe. That people can overlook bone wings, a deformed face, smelling of putrid, rotten flesh, and the ability to create a pox at any time with a thought. Who knows what else, right?
Who knows what else, indeed. I've heard stories of holy men who can remove curses from people. But there's no way to know whether that will work here. Will that have any effect? Feels like at least some of these are much more cursed than boon.
As I don't fully understand all of them, I can't necessarily disagree. But I don't feel like I've made any wrong choices. I have no regrets.
Since we're in RP time, Skirp,
That's me.
make an intelligence check.
Oh, might as well just tell me the fail result. Like, skills, untrained intelligence. That could be worse. I've seen stupider. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay,
14.
you had a thought about something.
Yes.
I'll I will let you specifically know what that thought is.
Okay.
Got a
Okay.
light bulb.
Ding. It's very like. Do we all actually see a light bulb? I think it's kind of rare.
God, with Skirp, you might.
So,
There's a little glimmer
did
on his
I
helmet.
accidentally steal one of the floating lanterns?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
He didn't.
Accidentally steal, borrowed.
He didn't even.
every intention of returning
flinch.
one day.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, someday.
It's man. What happened when you put the shirt on there? Did it fall?
It floated down a little bit, but that's it. So I could
'Cause I
make a hooded lantern that floats.
I feel like we could do something like get silk rope and use it as like a really weird grappling hook.
I don't know.
Like you wouldn't be able to throw it high per se, but I feel like it would glide really far.
Yeah, I guess if you got like just a really light string and then pushed it and let it go.
Exactly.
Pull it tight against something.
Exactly. You could use it for delivering. You could tie messages to it and then and throw it in the direction of a city
We could also use it as like a light.
as a light, I suppose.
Tie it to the giant golem and Anyway.
Oh, so while I'm ruminating about holy men, it reminds me of a person that we met somewhere on the road named Kresk. Not enough vowels in that name.
Kresk is the name of a town, isn't it?
Oh, sorry. That is correct. He lives in. It's a dim bulb, but we're getting there.
But it's there.
He lived there. and he said that if we do something for him, don't remember what, that he has the power
Wedding dress.
to save a life. But maybe, just maybe, if he has the ability to save us through some divine means, maybe he could do other divine things like, I don't know, curse removal,
But okay,
chance.
we could go talk to him.
We can see if there's something that can be done about like the more distasteful, like Floki. The thing about the disease, like, you wouldn't mind losing that, would you?
Sidebar: everybody, as Script's telling you this stuff, make in checks. Sorry, carry on.
Like,
I could
maybe
think
the thing with
about
the
it.
stench, like there's
Lol.
so much you're going to be missing out on
Well,
with that.
okay.
Right, I could
Listen.
definitely weigh the pros and cons of the pox versus the spell, and the see
Sorry.
the benefits and not stinking. Since I would really like to have quite a bit of pleasure, it might be easier to get to some bones.
Exactly.
Smell so bad.
Exactly.
I can
Yeah,
definitely get where you're going with that.
Let's see what we can make it happen, because we can clean this up a little bit. Like, it got a little sloppy in there, but we just tighten it up, take some of the ones that were a little funky, and keep the bone wings, because those are better than hell.
I assume they still hurt and ache, right? I haven't extended them and tried to use them at all because they hurt, probably.
They're still pretty tender, yeah.
Yeah.
How are you not chewing on those?
Ooh, that's horrible. And I'm going to ask Puff the same question. Do they look tasty?
And can you reach them?
They actually don't. They're big enough, like, that you could,
They're
basically
the wrong
bring them
flavor.
down. And, yeah. Not something that seems appealing.
Yeah, they're the wrong flavor.
Tally, because add your guidance to that. If you're in combat, I kind of feel just non-combat. Okay, that's about the same. It evens out. Both of you, not Floki because he's worried about eating bones. But Tally and Gideon, you're both like, yeah, there was something about somebody in Crest that wanted something, but kind of along with Floki, you can't quite put your fingers on it. It's more, I'm not telling you that that's what you remember until your characters, and i.e. your players, tell your characters, because you guys probably should just remember this.
I do.
This is me giving you a hint because it's been a while.
Sure.
I actually, the last time we were in Vallaki, I remember inquiring about a wedding dress to the guy in the bar, and he said he would ask around, but then I never went back.
And there it is. Yes.
Because we left town right away because of Irina.
So having connected the dots between the three of you, Bone Man being no help, the abbot has a plan to kind of like assuage Strahd's bloodlust and tyranny, and he needs a wedding dress to pull it off, and that's what he asked for.
Also, but
But we know
it's
that
been a long time.
It has.
But I remember getting the distinct feeling, because he went on and on about souls and how there weren't enough souls to go around, and Strahd was searching for a specific soul.
Yep.
And we got
You
the feeling
are
like he was going to
correct.
try to do something to Irina to put her soul into the doll, the creepy doll, golem.
Creep level 9,000.
I mean, creep levels were 9,000, yes, but is that actually going to happen? I don't know. He didn't ask for Arena, he asked for a wedding dress.
No, that's true. But he did talk about Irina, if I remember right.
He did.
Because we came there asking about protecting her. And we were like, nope.
Nope.
Is there a chance with the common spell ingredients that I have as a spellcaster that bone dust would be one of them?
Smoothie.
Depends on what necromancy spells are on your list and what ones you've tried to use.
I have Spare the Dying. I don't know if that might take one.
Hold on.
Spare
to
the-
save your life, I have to sprinkle bone dust on you.
Spare the dying, I'm going to say no. I'm looking for some very specific words. If you say them, yes. If you don't say them, no.
It
Especially the ones
involves
that
the
I
word
have written
bone.
down. I mean, I'm a cleric, so I could take whatever, but what I have written down is nothing besides my spare the dying.
You can meditate on it.
Yeah.
So like perhaps at the next dawn when you prepare your spells, maybe you'll have.
I have
a,
Toll
an
of the
idea.
Dead. Toll the Dead?
Nope. Toll the Dead won't do it.
Cantrips don't
Spare the
require
dying.
healing components.
So, Floki,
Clever.
Gotcha.
who is the god that you pray to again?
Any more?
I don't know if I ever wrote that down.
Interesting.
Thought I did.
You're a cleric. You serve.
Yeah, it's the
Some
god of
sort of
trickstery,
being.
and I think it was tomorrow, the Tamarian.
Let's see. God of Trickery. Lyra. Mask.
I don't
There's
think any
only-
mask.
According to this, there's only one spell that uses bone dust as a component.
What's that?
We'll go with Lyra.
hold
Totally
your
out of
tongue.
character.
Hold your tongue.
Okie doke.
It was a cat. One of the cat gods, I think, is what it was.
Oh, I don't know the Tabaxi.
yeah, it was
list
one of
at
the
all.
cat gods.
It's illegal to speak her name.
Yeah, I don't remember it. Player.
Well, perhaps you should meditate on it. Remember, consult with your god, and pray for guidance.
Praying for
Because
power
I'm willing
is always
to
a good
figure
idea.
out- Hmm?
Praying for power is always a good idea.
Guidance, specifically. You need no more power.
Still in Barovia, so I need to know. We need more power to get out.
Let me try to be clear about this. You're walking on a dangerous path. And I step
Barovia,
forward.
we're all in a dangerous path. And I'm hungry.
And
So
you have
hungry.
you have
Do you
made
have
your,
any bone
you,
dust?
you have made your you pose a risk. Much more of a risk to many of the people in this land than a lot of the dangers that already inhabit it. And I gesture my hand forward, and a small sphere of flame appears. And
I
if you stray
suppose
too far from that path, I will not
being terrified of fire, I'd have to instantly respond.
go for it.
Which is terrified, so I assume trying to move away.
I would extend the wings and go up and out, I guess.
Okay. You discover that you have a fly speed of 50.
Whoa! Bone wings.
Mm-hmm.
Just not going to try and science that one.
No science.
So what do you do?
Go straight up.
He flies away, like up and away.
Did we just lose a party member?
It depends on how far away. Like if he flew to like no, I'm done, or flew to like no, just get away from the flame. That is for him to decide.
Meta-wise, out of character, I'm happy to try to see where this character goes, but it's obviously an issue. I don't think that everybody wants to go with this character, and he's obviously villainous. At least I get it clear. I get Rap's
you
character
killed
hates
him.
this character. So
No,
I can.
yeah, I don't think that's the case.
Don't mix up RP with
Yeah,
player being
Yep.
upset.
Right.
Amen.
I'm
Two
just
different
saying,
things.
based on the last session and this session, if people are willing to play with Floki, he's just going to fly up and away from the fire. He's going to ignore. Not leaving the party. He's just getting away from the fire. I don't know how far terrified Aura is. This type of thing. But the
Out of
outright
character.
threat
Sorry, go
of
ahead.
it, he's going to back off, right? Because she was saying it in a threatening manner and brought up fire, and I've seen her range of fire, so I would fly as far away
Blow
from her
shit
range
the
of
hell
fire.
up.
Right. I would fly far enough away from her range of fire and go from there.
60 feet would be enough where you felt comfortable again.
There you go. And that's how far I
So,
would be. 65
your first
feet.
movement and then a little bit more would be fine.
I would use Cat's Grace.
Okay, yeah, you
my
could totally
first
do that.
movement.
So at this point, he's floating up, kind of in the temple exterior, but still within sight distance. But also clearly, like he would be terrified because of his flaw.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And I think that would be really clear to see on his face. Like that's the reaction is like utter terror, and then trying to flee from that. Like if you were frightened by a spell.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Sorry, try not to yawn.
No, it's all
No,
good.
you
It is
started.
late. Yeah.
Just know that the best way to put out uncontrolled pox is to burn it out.
Oh shit.
Step lightly and watch where you go. And I discard my hand, and I turn to start leaving this place.
Sorry. Discard your hand. I just imagine.
Oh, sorry.
Pull it off and
wave
start-
my hand.
I'm gonna
throw
pick
the
it up.
cards off.
Dibs. Goes in the backpack.
It's another free hand.
Exactly. I'm downing
What
it.
if,
Like,
what if they start fighting? Like, what if it's like the right hand of communism?
What
or
if they
something?
start?
Arm wrestle.
What if they
A
already have a
slap fight.
secret handshake though?
I hope so. Oh my god.
Hopefully, it's not a spellcaster. The hand. Oh no, it's Tally's hand though. It might be.
No?
There's a bunch of scrolls in that bag.
Oh, watch out!
Holy shit, that definitely hurt.
It's okay. My
Fireworks
hand,
should start going off.
my hands don't have eyes. I don't think they can read them.
Oh, before we go another month and forget that scrolls exist,
Okay.
Fair.
here's what I want to do. I acknowledge I don't love the scrolls, but I'm not gonna sit there and be like, fuck you, I'm burning. I'm gonna burn 3,000 gold worth of scrolls. Just
Higher.
for giggles,
I feel like we could have an argument there where we could convince Skirp. See, his problem with the written word, is the fact that it stays around forever, whereas this is used once and destroyed.
There's a
and
there's a
otherwise
second
unintelligible.
layer of the problem, which is that I think that arcane magic, which is magic that's mostly gained through writing, is kind of like a cheat in terms of accessing the weave.
But
But
not
you
I
all
don't
those
think it's so
scrolls.
eloquently, but
With
Not all those scrolls
scroll,
are arcane, right? So like,
that's a great point. That's a great point. So can we run through those really quick, Jeff?
Sure. You will need Tally to help you, but otherwise,
Okay.
I'm not going to make you roll anything. Just basically,
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay
RP
them out,
wise, yeah. Tally's the only one that has any kind of chance of doing it.
and we can
Uh,
go through as a group and kind of talk about them.
All right, so we've got 3 scrolls to speak with dead.
Okay,
ooh,
that's divine.
yes, sir.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
1 scroll of remove curse.
Ooh. Also divine.
Mm-hmm.
1 scroll of hero's feast.
Also divine.
1 scroll.
Conjuration, I guess.
Yeah, 1 scroll of find familiar.
not all that helpful.
Less divine.
3 scrolls of false life, which were the
Also
ones that Tally already found.
Less divine.
Okay,
2
so those are not in my bag.
Yeah, well, they should have been included with it because I don't think Tally picked them up, but the hands
No.
would have gathered them and brought them to the total stack.
Oh, gotcha.
So they would have been gathered one way or the other.
Got it.
Okay, so that was 3 of false life, 2 of create undead.
That also seems bad.
I'm kicking
And-
those into a side pile.
And
Okay.
1 scroll of greater restoration.
Ooh. That's a keeper.
Okay. Of those, I think that find familiar is arcane, and create undead is
We don't
might
want
be
that.
divine, but
We don't want it.
Yeah.
Burn it.
For which one? Sorry.
create
Okay.
undead.
Got it.
As far as I'm concerned, the ones I care about are arcane, and the ones I really care about are create undead. So I'd like to take those 2 and destroy those. But I'm willing to sort of take those as as my share of party loot,
Oh,
Like-
and that's your option then is to then deal with them because they're yours, and then it won't matter.
Exactly that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't want to remove them from the party loot before it's divvied. So
I don't think we have any use for creating undead in this land. There seem to be enough of it already.
okay. Well then,
throw a rock. If you get create undead, you'll find
I
one.
kind of I look around the group, get the nod. I sort of toss them into the air and destroy them with my sun sword.
Oh God.
Is it like suddenly turn into like the old school Star Wars poster with like your Luke with the lightsaber strap in the air and we're all posing?
Clutching my legs.
Yeah.
I like. Yeah.
You're all so much taller than me.
I just wonder what will happen.
What was so you got rid of which ones? Create undead and false life,
Two creates undead. False life.
or not?
Get
I don't
rid of
know.
shit.
I don't know
Necromantic.
anything about false. Is it?
Get out of here.
Cool. Yeah, if everyone's good with that, we'll take those as well,
Okay, so
and we're just gonna destroy them.
got rid of the false life, got rid of the create undead, and what else?
Those are the ones that I care about.
Okay.
I kind of am not super comfortable with find familiar, but I think it's like benign if inherently evil. It's like the world's tiniest imp. You're like that is by definition evil, but it's kind of cute too.
Well, most of the never mind.
So flavor wise, the false life scrolls just kind of fall to pieces when you hit them. The create undead scrolls I imagine you just you threw them in the air and flick your wrist a couple times and cut them into a few pieces.
Yes.
As many pieces
Exactly.
as you create from those scrolls, as you cut them up, they turn into bats and just fly off into the night.
Oh shit.
That is sick. The
That
more I
was
think about
a
Skirt,
trap?
the more I he doesn't have classic notions of evil. Like bats aren't ominous. They're just like bats. It's like squirrels,
Bats with context, though. Bats in Barovia.
That's with context.
I don't know, man.
Context.com, patent pending. You all heard it.
I
Bats
feel
with
like
context 2020.
if my Snicker snacked open a scroll and a couple squirrels fell out, I would also not be threatened. I'd just be like, that's pretty cool.
Hey man, those are just the components.
Summon woodland creatures.
You got the invisible hand in there. Who knows what else is gathered and kept in that knapsack?
Right.
Heck.
Ah,
Uh,
yeah.
I left
That one's between us, don't worry.
I left those robes, so
God
my
damn.
pack is suddenly feeling a whole lot lighter.
Yeah, did
Also
you take any
feathers?
feathers? Or did
No,
you
I
guys just
left
leave them?
those.
We
Okay.
left them.
Those were weird.
I was gonna give them to Villainous. Here's something to write with.
Oh,
I was gonna leave them all happy in the library with the ticking time bomb lich. Happily ever after.
Did we, out of character, guess at what his phylactery is? Or
No.
we're kind of guessing that he's a lich, but
Oh yeah.
He is definitely a lich. If Tali had spent just more time kind of, rolling religion checks or anything about it, she'd have figured it out basically instantly.
Hmm.
Even posthumously, you could be sitting in camp tonight being like, was he a lich? And go, oh god damn it, he was.
Fridge fridge horror.
Yeah.
Oh god, we just
Oh,
we
don't bring the
reminded
fridge
of-
thing back. What's wrong with you?
What?
God damn.
Fridge thing?
I'm not gonna
Yes.
ask.
Didn't we
I
talk
don't
about the
know.
fridge horror a couple sessions
Oh.
ago?
I think we talked about fridging a character.
Yeah. Okay.
But fridge horror is different. Is when you open the fridge later that night and then realize something really horrifying about a show or something that you just watched. The implications.
Oh,
Got it.
But in terms of his phylactery, now you guys have zero idea.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't just miss that as
No.
part of the.
It's
Okay.
actually
No,
the Shield
nothing.
Guardian.
Nothing with that even came up.
Oh god.
It's high on my list of mysteries to be solved. The book, obviously, it doesn't ping magic, and it doesn't ping. Detect good and evil kind of works weird because I feel like it doesn't detect good and evil.
It
It's
only
not like it. It's not like Pathfinder 3.5 or 3 even. It's very
It detects
a very different
undead.
spell. Yeah.
that's the
yeah.
problem is that since
Fae
it's,
and fiends and
It should just not work
It
on
really-
PCs.
It really just knows like consecrate and desecrate, which that I don't know if that has a specific meaning in game. But
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I
There's
think
Yeah.
it's a ritual.
I feel
Yeah.
like they're rare though. Like even like in reading through like a lot of like horror stuff and like undead things, like I feel like I don't see either of those come up a ton.
Yeah, like I guess the assumption in D&D is that, and probably in Pathfinder as well, is that if it's undead, it's generally evil, right?
It's by definition, I think.
Yeah.
In Pathfinder, like Galarian, like lore specifically, undead are evil because they are out of the wheel, and so they're an abomination.
Yeah.
There is what is it?
Oh.
It's Seabraes, I think, in 3.3.5 are actually undead like druids that are guardians of the land, and they go through ritual to become undead so that they're basically immortal, so they can protect the land forever. So it's like one of the it's like
kinda
only
cool.
an elf thing too, and so it's this good version of undead that's used for a very very specific purpose. But they are also very open to like evil like leanings, so like they can get pushed the wrong direction very easily.
We should let Zab wrap up his stream. And
I was
then-
gonna say, are we
Oh,
still
oh, yeah.
streaming?
Good point.
Yeah, because
We're D&D bantering,
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
guys.
talking shop still.
When's the next D&D game theoretically?
Let me pop
the
a
old phone out?
calendar.
I will make room for any day that isn't a Marvel
A Marvel what?
movie release day.
Are those coming up?
Wait.
I thought March was the first one.
Oh, I might also have tickets to Glass. That's next.
Paf mentioned the 31st. Can we do the 31st?
Of January?
First.
That
Yeah.
was in. If we canceled this, I probably shouldn't, but I could do the 7th.
I'm in for the 7th.
I think I can do the 7th.
There's a chance that it gets canceled because I've got a tentative thing in February that doesn't have like firm dates yet.
Obviously, the 14th is a no.
I don't see why.
Yeah, go on. Can you-
Somehow, I will figure out a way to make that a problem.
Good luck with that.
If we get closer to February and Skirp can't make the 7th, I'll see what we do with the 31st instead. Otherwise, it'd have to be the 21st, and I don't want to wait that long.
February
Word.
7th works for me.
All right, it's on the 7th.
Okay.
Let me think. Oh, right. Zeb, can
Yeah.
I is there a way to download a copy of the stream?
Absolutely, they're on YouTube. I will upload it usually by the next day, and you can go to my YouTube, and they're all in a playlist. This will be the 15th episode.
Do you know if you can just download it off Twitch, though, like a way to get an actual file?
Like
And
raw.
Oh, I know
Um,
you can get YouTube videos through.
There are things that will let you download
They're like
YouTube
apps that-
videos. They're like plugins for your.
Yeah, I might have to go that way, but
Browser.
if there's an easier way, like a more, I don't know, legit way of doing
Are
it.
you trying to download the whole thing or parts
Yeah,
of it?
I was
I don't know
thinking.
if Twitch will let you download it straight.
I
I
kind of
know
had this
I
idea
can
to.
download it. I just don't know if you can as the viewer, but I know I can download it and figure out a way to get it to you. I guess.
I'll see if I can. It might nothing might come of it, but I kind of had this notion that it would be interesting to try and like dice it up into an abridged version of the session.
Ah,
Cut the dead air and like the sort of side chat and see if we can knock it down to like an hour instead of 3.
I will tell you that like watching tape to like if I miss stuff in my notes to go back, and like a lot of the dead air stuff gets in the way, where I'm skipping around the YouTube videos a lot. Like, okay, what happened to the thing when things happened? So, which has also been helpful that we had them, because I've actually been able to grab a couple things that I didn't have in my notes at all, and went, oh crap, that was kind of important. So, keep uploading them regardless of the other.
Yeah, I will. I will close my Discord down real quick and close down stream, and I'll be right back to you guys.
Okay.
Cool.
Bye, stream. Love your faces.
my stream.
Later, skater.
I'll call everybody next time.
All right, guys, that's the end of this one. This was episode 15. The story of Skirp, as he gave you his ideology, is likely we're seeing maybe, I don't know, Floki's in a tough situation at this point in time. We'll find you guys a host Floki may or may not be making it back as a player. I have to figure that out. With the alignment shift of evil and a player outright threatening his life, that seems, my opinion, not good for party makeup. We're going to send you over to Sin Studios, who's working on a video game. Live development is always fun to watch, in my opinion. Actually, we're going to send you to Daggy. He's playing Halo. He always needs love. We're going to send you to some Dag. So you guys have fun. I'm going to send you to Daggy. And we'll see you guys next, the 7th of something or another. February is the plan, tentatively, but it sounds like some people might not be able to make it. Alright guys, have a great night. Daggy live.
Hey, Pog Trooper. Hey, Zabukio. Thanks for that host, man. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Yes.